Welcome, everybody. We had a little bit of delay getting rolling, but we're all here, we're all active, and I think all of our mics are up and running. This is Epic Blunders. We're a group of friends who've known each other for quite a bit of time. There's a lot of us, so a lot of voices you're going to hear, and when we get into combat and stuff, there's a lot of things going on, so hopefully you can track it. If you're listening at some point, we do have audio access, we do have video access. We post these videos on YouTube, and we stream live on Twitch. You can find us at Epic Blunders, either of those places. Yeah, welcome everybody. You got anything you remember of particular note from last week? We've been traveling through a submerged dungeon of sorts. And you had a couple interesting encounters last week. What do you actually remember?
Ryan's wearing an anchor on his hand.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Amen to that.
Lots of water. Lots of water.
Yeah, so you guys had to, you started out the encounter having to basically confess your biggest secret to everybody in order to be allowed to pass through this like blood red whirlpool. It dropped you into another area, and a number of you sacrificed parts of yourself. So remember that. Ryan, you are currently still down -4 on your strength, and Willem -4 on your intelligence. Everybody cut a little chunk of them off as well and sacrificed a little bit of health. Then you went into a room full of sharks in water that you could breathe normally in, but still had to swim around in, so it was a little bit of a surreal experience. And you rested up for a little bit in the next room, tried to identify some of your items, and did so at least partially well. And then, Ryan discovered that the ring that he had put on definitely made him be able to swim better, but at the expense of having him just sink all the way to the bottom, because this ring, when submerged in water, seems to weigh hundreds and hundreds of pounds. So I believe you guys actually went back to the chamber that you started out in, and are looking down into the pool, trying to figure out how to get Ryan through that water. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Yep.
Sounds right.
It does, and Anna had come up with some good ideas on possibly helping with that.
Malden's still over there holding on to a dagger, offering to cut your finger off, just in case that's the route you want to go.
I like Anna's ideas better.
So my idea was to either part the water down here so you can maybe walk and work your way up without dealing with the anchor ring, or we can maybe try and that's probably the best way, or maybe Whiskey, if you do your teleporting, you could bring him with you.
That's nice. It's 500 feet and one shot once only.
We can do my way first, and then maybe if we need to skedaddle out fast, or that might be the way to do it.
You cut this finger off, maybe we'll find a ring of regeneration. Give this finger back.
Too many maybes for me.
It sounds to me like Whiskey's still a little bit sore about the news you shared.
Thanks for reminding us of that.
Not a problem. Just trying to help. There's a reason I'm not offering him the dagger.
So, Anna, which one do you prefer?
I mean, I can try this out, and we can go from there. If you guys are ready to go?
I just have one question, is we still have to get back to the boat, and if we have to swim, how are we going to get him out? That's just my question.
I would
one
say
more
we.
teleport, but it's line of sight and it's only 90 feet.
I would prefer to keep my dimension to the last moment, that if we have to go 500 feet to get him out, that would be a better solution.
I would imagine the best course of action would be to deal with the situation in front of us rather than trying to guess that we may come about later, or else we'll not get to the later.
Indeed.
All right, let's give this a try. And Anna will hold the new staff, the Torrent Tiaha, and cast Heart Water on it. The water that's
All right,
between
now,
us. Sorry,
what's the total amount of square footage that can cover?
That is, I believe, 100 square foot.
100 foot in a cube, right? That's different from 100 square foot. I know we talked about it last week, but I don't remember what we had said. I believe it's 100.
Yeah, I'm just looking up.
cube.
That's not even worth parting.
Well, 100 square feet.
It's 100 feet on a side, so it would be
Yeah.
100 foot cube.
Yeah.
I guess.
So 100 feet in all three directions, essentially.
Yeah.
Which gives you more than enough. Grolid has been to the other side, and at least in a straight line, you're looking at maybe 50 feet. As you're going down and then back up, it's no more than about 65 or so to the other side. So yeah, you guys are looking down into the water. Anna basically spreads the water to either side, and it looks like a slight variant on the first hallway that you had walked down, where there was water flowing on both sides as you walked through on the dry land. It's a little bit more of just a drop, so if you guys are going to try to walk through, I do want probably an acrobatics check to make sure that you're landing well on the drop. And then tell me how you're climbing back out the other side, because again, without the water there to help you swim, it's going to be a bit more of a wet climb.
I will go first, and I'll take the rope with me, because I can climb up the other side easy.
As can I.
How long
that's
can
true.
you hold this, Anna?
Just a few minutes, so I need you guys to start moving.
Yep.
Let's go.
21.
Make sure to drop these in. I'll count that one for sure. Make sure you drop them in the live play. That way, if I can get that up and running again.
Oh, sorry.
Acrobatics check.
Pix rolled a 17 on his acrobatics.
And Willem has 16.
Lona has a 14.
Brian has just a 10.
It's an anchor fall.
Roll it as an 18.
Everybody lands relatively well. There's a little bit of, Nona kind of tweak your ankle a little bit, but not too bad. Ryan, you make the landing, and you're almost like waiting for this weight to pull you down, and so you almost create an awkward landing for yourself where it didn't really need to be that awkward. So you all see Ryan just like splat into the mud, and for a split second there's this thought of, oh no, is he still sinking? But no, he just plops into the mud.
I'm good. I'm good.
Can you get that ring off?
Good. I think we tried
No,
that
we-
earlier.
Tried, and it's not coming off.
Anna's not going to go down just yet. She's
Waiting
maintaining
for us.
concentration and gonna
Sure.
wait a couple minutes until
all right. All right, Whiskey, let's get the rope set up.
Okay.
And so
I
yeah,
will climb up.
and I will walk up.
Would you like to use my magic rope?
Actually, yes.
You may use my rope of climbing.
All right, thank you. What's your command word for it?
Help.
Help. All right. So yeah, with my slippers of oh no. Actually, Whiskey, you go first. I might have some issues with this.
Why? Because it's wet?
Yes.
I will go. I would prefer to climb by myself. I'm much better than climbing on a rope.
Understandable, but yeah.
Anna is waiting for us, just by the way.
I'm
Yeah.
going.
Yeah,
I
this was
have
a walk
special
and talk.
abilities in climbing, so
Yeah,
wanna
so
use
Whiskey, make this is just to make sure that you don't lose your footing or whatever. This is a pretty easy check, but make a athletics check with advantage. There's like sludgy seaweed type of stuff.
oh yeah,
all over
there you
all
go.
over the
That's
place.
awesome.
Oh, no.
You did say it
2
was
5s minus that plus 1. I got a
You're,
6.
you're having a little trouble because there is so much like algae and seaweed covering all of this, so your claws are having a little trouble digging in.
That doesn't. My
on
cat
a-
claws don't work at climbing speed 20 of
You
20
have a
feet.
climbing speed, but just like if you were to have a swimming speed and you're going against a current, you're still going to struggle. Or you have a walking speed, but something is knocking you down. Similar thing. You're slowly making your way up. Anna, how long is your spell?
10 minutes.
Okay. I would say they've pushed at least 2 minutes into this. Whiskey, it's probably going to take you at least a full minute to climb up this like 15-foot gap. You're able to do it, but it's a lot more slippery. You can't find good like spots for your claws to dig into the rock. You're like digging into the seaweed, and then you're like ripping it out as if they were patches of grass or something.
Yes, we probably should have swam through first before part. But yeah, lessons learned.
But yeah, eventually you make it up to the top.
All right. Once I see that he's made his way to the top, I'll start because I remember this was a decent bit away. So I'll start like waving the others over while he lays the rope down.
Okay.
Let's get Ryan out first.
Are you tying off the rope somewhere? Or are you just holding onto it, or what?
No, I tie it off.
Well, if I remember right, the rope of climbing that we have
Stays straight, doesn't it?
can anchor itself to something, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
So you take it up there and you tell it to tie itself off?
Yes.
Okay. I'm tracking this because of your time constraint. It takes about a minute for it to kind of slither through a nearby rock and wrap itself around and tie in a knot, and then you're able to lower it down.
We only need to get Ryan up real fast. Other than
You're
that,
4 minutes into your 10-minute right now.
Okay. All right.
Ryan climb.
All right. Ryan.
Climb.
All right. This would be athletics this time, correct?
Yes, and it's with advantage because of the rope.
But since I have a minus to my strength, is it just regular or no?
It's advantage, but it's a -2.
Okay.
So the dash B -2, and then ADV at the end. Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
17.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of like slipperiness at the beginning as you're trying to get your footing, and then you just decide to trust the rope and make the climb, and yeah, not a problem once you get going. Ryan gets
All right.
up and out the top. That takes another minute or so. So you're
All
about
right,
halfway
yeah.
into your time. Anna, you would know that at least.
I'll wave the others over and make my way up as well.
I'll just shout, hurry up.
Do you want the checks in a particular order, Anthony, or can you just go?
Not unless you. The only thing that's going to cause any issues is if somebody doesn't make the climb, or somebody toward the end that Anna may have to drop it. It's basically going to take you about a minute per person to get up.
Okay. Ooh.
Pick starts the climb, and
Oh, that's with advantage. I didn't do it.
roll it again.
Yeah, sorry. Wow.
horse.
So seven.
Pix follows Ryan, and just there's enough sludge starting to build up on the rope from the mud and the algae and stuff that just gets about halfway up and just slides back down the rope.
All right, I'll let the others just go on ahead of me.
You're 6 minutes in at this point.
I'm gonna go.
All right. Willem climbs
Rolled
up
it
next.
with advantage. That's an 18.
Yep, 18 is good. You're 7 minutes in.
Okay, I'll go next.
Can I see them?
Malden
Or not?
is.
I guess I can't.
That's what I was getting ready to tell you. Malden's actually standing at the bottom of the pit, kind of at the bottom of the U shape there, and he's kind of calling back to you, and then relaying any information that you got because he likes the water. He'd rather swim.
I rolled a 20 with the advantage.
All right, 8 minutes in. Nona's up on top.
Grolin's just gonna swim.
Okay.
Yeah, so is Link.
All right, I guess Pix will attempt to make the check again. Much better that
There's an
time. 18.
Picks on second try around, makes it up to the top. You've got 1 minute left on a. How we doing back there, lass?
Run out of time, so brace yourself.
I think the rest of us are fine to swim.
Okay. I'll start to drop it then.
Okay.
It's a slow fill in.
Oh, it doesn't just come rushing in. Okay.
Right. Yeah. The water then slowly fills the trench over the course of the next round until the normal water levels are restored.
Gotcha. Okay. Good to know. I was going to have the people who didn't have a climbing speed actually make a check so they didn't get sloshed around. But there you go. Everybody else, not too hard actually, just to climb on out the other side. Once the water's there, you're still able to breathe just fine. Do we have a time check on a?
For what exactly?
For your water breathing.
I recasted it during the short rest.
Okay.
So we got probably about 23 hours, if I had to guess.
Yeah, if you did it at the beginning of the short rest, then yeah, a little less than 23 hours. If you did it at the end of the short rest, then.
I did say at the beginning, so we'll say 23 hours.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds good. Let's see. Anna, probably make an intelligence check. I'm only basing this off of the fact that you cast a 24-hour spell, so you may be the only one who has a decent. Unless somebody has keen mind, and I'm unaware of it.
Nope.
Okay. Nobody actually has any idea how long you've been awake at this point, or like what state the sun is outside, what time it is. But at some point, you may want to try to factor that in. You don't want to push too far or too long, or you start getting exhaustion because you're not resting. But since you don't know whether you got many hours or whether you're already pushing into that at this point. But just something that hits you on as you're kind of keeping track of time on various things that, hey, I don't even know what time it is right now.
Okay.
Especially since you recast things, it kind of throws off your sense of time a little bit because you could sort of track it based on your other one. But you
Temporal
still
equilibrium.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's dark here, so there's no sun to track. All right, everybody is able to swim back to the other side. Those who've been there for a little while, probably drying off and shaking off their wet fur and feathers and all sorts of stuff.
Prestigious.
And I'll jump down and swim over as well.
All right. What happens when you get to the other side and everybody climbs up? Grolid, you spot this almost immediately because you were the one who was taking a look at this before. This new cave, this new alcove that you popped up in super familiar with it, but now that your eyes are adjusting, you see it's actually full of more deep speech writings all along the walls.
Oh, lovely.
And at that, I'll go ahead and start reading them.
It's similar to the room that you were reading before. Lots of almost like metaphysical calculations on how the mind works and the inner workings and how to break someone's mind or how to put it back together. It's just kind of almost like philosophical musings. You can see that some of it is older, some of it is newer, all of it looks old. But you can tell that some of it has been etched in a lot longer than other stuff. This looks a little bit more frenetic, where the other stuff in the other room looks a bit more organized. This looks a little bit more haphazard and chaotic, I guess, if that makes sense.
Well, first off, I pick up and collect and then give back Link's
You
rope
also-
climbing.
All here
Oh,
in your mind. Welcome to my domain.
Pix is wildly looking around trying to find the source of the voice.
Grolin knows
That's the
this.
key.
The rest of you haven't been in this little alcove yet. It's about the exact same size of the room that you had just been in. And Anna, if you want to pull up the Tailspire stream, I've got you all placed in here. Except the difference is there's a little hallway that goes off and around the corner into a very, very dim lit area that you can't really see. So the initial space that you're in is almost identical to where the room you just left, with that pool in the center. But beyond, out around the corner, you have no idea. The voice continues, I know you seek the stone, but to obtain it, you must first prove yourselves worthy. Perhaps I shall feast tonight. It has been a good long time since I've had a good meal.
Oh boy.
I don't like the sound of that, guys.
Why are we here again?
Because we need a stone to possibly not get ejected out.
We seek the Holy Grail.
Well, I suppose if you could call that giant diamond stalactite or mite or whatever a holy grail, then yes, possibly.
I worship at the feet of coin. How about you?
I'm rather partial to coin and gems myself. Shinies. But yes, perhaps we should proceed with caution. But Pix again kind of just collects and gives Link back his rope of climbing. Well then, friends. Let's go.
I guess I did,
Okay.
did I summon you to the right spot? Did you find yourselves on the map or no?
No, we're still in the shark room.
That better?
Yeah.
Yes.
I may need to set all these so you can control them. Tell Farmer Kyle he can control them too, even though he never actually logs on.
Same with whiskey, I think.
Whiskey, if he ever activated things, then do something there. Alright, so I'll give you a chance to at least kind of configure yourself. I just dropped you into certain spots, so you can reconfigure if you want. That's okay, Ryan should be okay. Let's go. Alright. Yeah, I'll give you guys a chance to reconfigure yourselves if you want. I've got Pix here just because he was one of the last ones that I dropped in, and everybody's kind of convening on just one side of the pool here.
Which one is Whiskey? Just so I
Whiskey's
know.
the cat.
Oh, the one with the tail. Okay, I see the tail.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the hallway is going off this direction.
To the dining room.
Or something.
One word for it.
Kitchen.
Alright.
Preferences? Anyone?
I'd like to be somewhat close to the front, if not exactly the front.
Right
Next.
ahead. I'm fine where I am.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm fine.
March us that way with the way we are.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and move Pix you all the way around until you actually see something. So you're gonna go here, and that's when you're actually gonna spot stuff. So we'll pull everybody else around to about that point. How much space are you allowing in between everybody? You going single file? You can go relatively wide once you get around the corner. But are you leaving space, or are you going, 5 feet, or what?
5 feet for me.
So directly
I'll leave
behind
other
everybody.
people. Yeah, I'll leave space for people to get around me.
Well, you're apparently leading the charge because you're the only one who said that you were going in front.
Fair
So
enough.
I just want to know behind you how far apart do people want to be?
When Grolid realizes that Pix is wandering off on his own to lead the group, Grolid will jog up to be next to him.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we'll have you step up and kind of come around the corner at the same time. So everybody else is probably somewhere along the places that they are here. The two of you, as you come around the corner, you see up ahead, if you can get a good angle there, Joe, on the shot. In the back of the chamber, there's a platform and an ancient-looking stone throne of sorts up on the far end, and sitting on it is a mind flayer, which Grold you probably would have at least heard of and probably recognized by sight. What you know about them, uncertain. Pix, do you have any idea whether you would know what a mind flayer is?
I will assume no.
Okay, so what you see is a creepy-looking quasi-sorcery type of person with basically an octopus face. Very unnerving.
Yes, Pix is unnerved, but is trying to hold his own reaction just because of people's own reaction to him. But the voice previously saying that they might eat, presumably us, is definitely doing a good job of unnerving him. So yeah.
As you two round the corner and he sees you, you hear him say, "Ah, there you are. Let's put those minds to the test." And he rises to his feet and just starts to gesture in your direction. I need initiative from everyone.
Oh boy.
Anthony,
Yep.
I know I'm probably not within sight of him yet, but given what happened to Willem last week and what we discussed, or what I proposed about it, if this is at all familiar, and Willem figures that out, let me know.
So here's going to be the trick. Because you're at a negative to your intelligence, you're going to have to decide whether you're piecing this together as well as you normally would. But you can only recall one other time where something got into your mind and was communicating with you in this way without even being able to see you. So I'll let you play that how you want. Whether you can actually piece this together with your lowered intelligence or whether you exactly know what this
He's
is.
definitely on edge as soon as that voice starts talking.
Well, I got 13.
And I would like to rack my brains about what I remember at this point about mind flayers.
Okay. I will let you, since you were up in the front, you actually see him. You get a split second to kind of do a little bit of a recall before we start your own little surprise round, if as it were. So make an Arcana check.
And this is the aberration, right? So it doesn't fall into the Fae, Fiends, and Undead, right?
I'm double checking. Yes, aberration for sure.
Okay, so then I do not get advantage.
Damn.
Okay.
I'm a monster hunter. I study my monsters. That's a 22 for those of you following at home on the Arcana check.
Yeah, pretty solid. You know what specifically? A couple of things. Mind flayers are known for their like spell casting, mental psionic types of things, and that's definitely where they do the most damage because they're relatively squishy. But you know they're just as dangerous, possibly more so, if they can actually get their hands or their tentacles on you. That you've read stories of once they get like tentacles and hands wrapped on you, that they'll just like take your skull off and just devour your brain whole. The other thing you know is that because it's such a magical creature, that it's going to be resistant in some capacity to certain magics.
I will save my idea of a free action until later because I don't think I have enough time at the moment. A quick bit of out of character that I have to mention, though. Anthony, if you become the second DM to kill one of my characters with a mind flayer, I'm going to be mad.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll
about
only be
that.
mad that I'm not the first. All right,
Yeah,
we
we
have
can
everybody
roll.
in. We have, in order, I've got Whiskey with a 19, Anna with a 19, Grolid, and Malden both at 18. The Mind Flayer also is squeezing in there between the two of you. Link and Ryan at 16, and Willem at 16. We got a lot of duplicates here. Nona 13 and Pix 10. Are we missing anybody? All right.
I don't believe so.
Link, you missed it. If you wanted to get those 3 points back, they did take a short rest at the end of last encounter. But I mean that's hit dice for 3 points, so it's up to you on whether you want to.
I would not have used hit dice for 3 points.
Okay. Or pop a potion if you have one or whatever. Now's the time to do it and retroactively say that it happened last round or last session. Otherwise, we will move forward. We've got Whiskey. You heard the voice in your mind. You see a very startled Pix and a very concerned Grolid in front of you.
I am absolutely useless against the Mind Flayer. All my spells are for mind.
But does Whiskey know that?
I don't know.
You technically don't even know what you're up against, other than the fact that something's talking in your head.
Yeah, well, if I see Pix like frightened, I'm going to like just hang back a minute until we find out what's going on.
Okay. Are you going to hold any action, or are you just going to basically skip your turn?
I can't hear him casting or anything, so I'm going to have to skip my turn. I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to pass.
Okay. Fair enough. Are you going to move? Because you're toward the back of the line at this
Nope,
point.
I'm going to stay right there. It's the closest to the exit.
Fair enough.
I mean,
All right, on
ruins are fun until you find something in them, and then they're not.
Right. And then you become the ruined.
Yeah, that's, then you're running, so.
Did I hear what he said in terms of?
You all have heard the voice in your minds. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I should drop Bitsy in. She's still around for about another hour and a half.
Let's see.
But continue.
I don't know because he didn't say anything about a fight necessarily.
Yeah, you heard. Let's put your minds to the test.
Right.
And the two that actually have seen what's going on look a little bit concerned.
I guess I'll walk out and a little bit here.
Here, let's get your little drink, buddy.
I'm gonna hold a I guess just a sorry, hold on. I will hold a create bonfire action if he makes any dangerous moves towards me or compatriots. But I'm not going to do anything just yet.
Okay. So if he's moving or if he's casting or what?
Essentially anything that would damage any of us.
Okay. Just so you know, Pix is currently the closest one. We'll figure out. You are 65 feet in a direct line from him, Pix.
Okay.
So everybody has a decent idea as they come around the corner the distance there.
Okay, that should be roughly what I need then.
All right.
That'll be it for me.
Grolid, you do see this happening, and you see Anna slip around behind you and move forward, and it looks like she's preparing a spell but hasn't cast it yet.
Grolid will growl. Save your mental spells. They won't work on this thing. And draws his blade and charges.
Okay. You doing your right, or are you using your bonus action to dash?
How far am I?
From him, you'd be 70 feet. You'd have to maybe take... No, the way we do it, it's still even going around that little bit of the pool. It's basically 70 feet straight forward.
Yeah, so even with aggressive, I wouldn't get to him, so I'm going to make a tactical advance, which still very much looks like a charge when it's an orc. And yeah, as I'm drawing my blade, I flick my thumb down the blade so that I may cut myself and activate my right. I am activating... I'm going to go with lightning again, because lightning's always fun.
Fair enough. Lightning and water, it's always a good mix.
Exactly. What's the command? Is it just RITE?
Right, space lightning, I think, right? You got to decide what type it is.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go. Oh, not max this time.
No, just one less than max.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing you didn't fully heal up before.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right, I assume you rush straight forward 30 feet?
Since I'm not going to be using... Well, hold on. It depends on... And... You can't use bonus actions as your regular action, or can you?
Correct. You cannot.
I didn't think so.
It's got to be labeled bonus action.
No. Well, no. I don't mean to use... I use my right as my bonus action. I can't use something labeled as a bonus action as a regular action, can I?
No.
I didn't think so. Okay. Actually doesn't leave me.
So as your action, you could dash. If you're looking for something to do as the action, you could dash another 30 feet as your action itself. I just don't know, whether you want to be halfway or whether you wanted to be as close as possible.
I will, as an action, for my action, I will, if you will allow it, I will move my normal move and then ready an attack if he comes within range.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so holding on to a melee attack if he comes that close. Got it.
Yes. And that's my initiative.
All right. And then it is the Mind Flayer's turn. He sees just a couple of you poke your heads around the corner so far. And you see he's kind of been gesturing as you come around, like he's making both mental and physical note of where you are. And the first thing that he's going to do is he's going to move forward 30 feet. Or at least some partial bit of 30 feet. So 5, 10, 15, 20 we'll say. We'll see where we'll go here. Yeah, I think that's more than sufficient, I believe. Let's see if this will count this as an attack. I believe it should. He looks in your direction as he's just like finger pointing. It's almost like this weird, you can't tell whether he's taunting you or whether he's just making sure he acknowledges that nothing is passing his field of vision. It's kind of a little of both there. Let's see, he's going to use an ability called Mind Blast that is getting all three of you that he can see in the cone. Good picks. All right. On a failed to save, you take 22 points of psychic damage, and you are currently stunned for 1 minute, but at the end of each of your turns, you can make a new saving throw to throw that off. Grolid and Pix, you get hit with this mental blast, but maybe it was the fact that you saw the thing first and kind of readied yourself in some way. You don't take any damage. It hurts. It's giving you a headache, but there's no lingering effect.
Gotcha. Yeah, Pix just kind of holds his head for a bit, just visibly just tries to shake himself.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. And that's going to be his turn, I believe. Malden, who's right around the corner there, comes rushing forward. Aye, what seems to be the prop? And he slips past here and turns and says, oh, right then. Lass, you okay? And he pulls out his anchor that you've seen him use, and if I haven't described it yet, he actually has this soft-sided, like a leatherback turtle shield that kind of sort of operates as like a one-sided shoulder pauldron that he pulls off with his other hand, and he's actually holding it like a shield. Bitsy, the little drake, comes wandering over in that same general direction. And not knowing what else currently to do, he's also going to take a page out of Grolid's book and rush forward. So he's moved 5, 10. He's going to keep moving 15, 20, 25, and is going to leave a little bit of space between him and Grolid, because anything mental's a little dicey for him. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and his Drake's gonna follow behind him for now. Alright. And Baldur's gonna be done. Alright, Link.
Link is going to attempt to peer around the corner. How many steps is that?
Let's see, where are you? Oh, you're back here. 5, 10, 15, 20. I would say you probably can maybe see. Just barely. 25 would definitely give you line of sight.
I should, if it's technically obscured, I would still get it with my sharpshooter, but I'll go ahead and do 25 anyway.
Yeah, I would say at 20 you could see but not aim. At 25 you could see and aim. Does that make sense?
Yes, and
you could technically go here, or you could go in front of Pix if range is a problem, which I don't think it is for you.
No, unless it's more than 600 feet, I should be fine. I will be taking 2 shots from here, activating my hunter's mark as well.
All right.
I will take both my shots and then cast hunter's mark just in case they both miss. Both miss, though.
Okay. And you saw how the new, your psychic damage feature works now, right? It's slightly different from the Unearthed Arcana version.
I did not notice a major difference, though.
Okay, take a look at it. I don't remember specifically what the difference is. I think it works more in your favor. Maybe it doesn't take a bonus action, but it's less damage. I think you might be able to automatically apply it, but maybe double check on that for next round or something. He is MI1. It automatically tries to apply numbers to everybody. So MI would probably be fine. Alright. First attack. Misses, goes wide. Second attack. Comes zipping right past everybody's head there. Because it's right behind Pix and Grola, you're halfway in between. You hear a sink. And there's an arrow now that clips this guy in front of you. You're going to apply the Hunter's Mark damage. Cast, not see.
Yeah, I realized it after I did it.
Yeah. Pix will sort of turn his head to look at Link and say, "Nice shot. Slight headache.
After Link's done, Ryan and Willem, you guys are up next. Just heads up there. Alright, you still got to roll the damage on that, right? There we go. Okay.
There you go. Sorry, I couldn't remember if it was going to do it when I casted it or not, so I wanted to hold off.
Gotcha. No, now when you do it, it's a snippet HM at the end of the attack.
No worries.
So it'll apply the 1d6 at the end of it. Alright. Yeah, plinked it for a little extra as you are now kind of focusing your fire in that direction. Hunter's Mark was your bonus action. You moved partially. Do you want to move any further? You've got 10 more feet technically, so you can either duck back behind the corner or move further into the room if you want. I will assume that's a no. Ryan.
All right. As I mutter some arcane words, my gems light up, and I tap Whiskey, Nona, and Pix on the shoulders and say,
"Hang on.
If I get
are you using your move to actually go to each of them?"
Yes.
Okay. Do you have to do that all at once? I think you probably do. They are not gathered within touch range of you right now.
Well, 2 of them are right behind me, right?
Whiskey and Nona,
Then do those 2 and go do Pix. Leave me alone. It doesn't matter.
Whiskey and Nona you could do. You could just move back here and be fine. Pix is not in touch range right now.
Yeah. I appreciate the thought, though.
You could do Willem too, if that was the case.
Yeah, Willem is the
But
other
I can
one
move up. Pix is only like 10 feet in front, right?
Hey, GM.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot to say I was going to take a step back after I shot.
Okay. Got it. What does the spell say on cast? Or like, does it say touch?
Let me read it.
Unless
the creature you touch becomes invisible until the spell ends.
Yeah, so that you have to be able to touch them all like at once. So they would all have to be basically at melee with you.
I didn't realize I couldn't walk when I was okay.
Yeah, it's immediate on the cast. If it was like a concentration thing, you could continue tapping people as you went or something that's different. Or if it was a ranged capability.
Okay. So I can get those 3 in the back then, right?
Yeah. So if you move, you were here. If you move back here, so move 10 feet back there, then you can get all 3 of them at once.
Okay. And when I do that, I touch them on the shoulder and just whisper, if I get injured or if you attack or cast a spell, you'll be visible. But for now, no one can see you. Hopefully.
Why, Ryan? He can see us anyway.
All right. Any
Sorry.
more movement or bonus action?
I accidentally had Pix already typed in there. If we can change that to Willem.
Okay. We'll remember that. I'll remove it from Pix, but
Okay.
yeah, we'll just remember Willem has it.
Okay. And that's my action.
You got bonus action, and you have 20 more feet of move if you want to use it.
I will move forward behind links 1 and over 1.
10, 15.
Whoa.
Right. Back 1.
Back here?
Right there, yep.
Okay. All right. The next is Willem, I believe. Yep. You, Willem, I would say you saw Grolid and Pix grab their head just a few seconds ago, like something was just piercing into their skull.
Can I make... I don't really know how to play this because my intelligence is balanced. Well, it's whatever it is, it's danger. So Willem's instinct is to get to the danger. So he will charge.
Okay. How far are you just going to go? As far as you can go?
Correct. So 40 feet.
20 puts you there.
And when he can see what it is...
Okay. Yeah, so at 20 feet, you can come around the corner and see there's definitely... Yeah, you recognize this. Or some variant on this type of creature.
Check something. Oh, that's not telling me how many spells I have left.
Yeah, it does. You have 0 first level spells and 2 second level spells left.
Okay, there it is. This thing's going to be resistant to magic.
You don't know that.
Actually, I do.
Oh.
Well, there's the other question, Anthony. Is this actually one of the 3 mind flayers that killed me in a previous life? And if so, can I recognize it?
Have you been to this exact location?
No.
Then probably not.
Okay, but regardless, he sees it's a mind flayer, and he
looks
like,
ancient enough, but does not look like the same one.
Yeah. No, he's just thinks to himself, "Fiend!" and charges again. He's dashing.
Okay, so you moved just 20 feet at first to come around the corner, so you technically still have 20 more feet of your move. So 5,
Yes.
10, 15. You want to go left or right of Grolid? I assume right. 'Cause there's water.
Right.
Okay. So there's 20. So that's your full move.
Yes. Now, I think I only get the bonus 10 feet when I first start moving, not if I do a double move. So that's
Right. I think it's
30 on the stick.
yeah, I believe it's when you start your move. Although
Correct.
it may be every time if you're taking a move like a dash as an action. You can check that if you want for maybe next time. But yeah, 30 is going to get you there anyway if you're going right up into melee.
Yeah. Actually, since I am invisible, and well, he can probably see through it anyway. I don't know, but get me right up next to him so I can leave some room for some other people to get in. Directly to his
15.
side.
So that's 20. You technically have 10 more feet if you want to use it.
Negative.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Next is...
And that's it.
No bonus action, I'm assuming? I don't know that you have a whole lot of bonus actions, if I remember right.
I don't. And none of those look interesting, so no.
All right.
Correct, done.
Nona, your go.
Okay, seeing them grab their heads and then Bullet running off, I will say thanks to Ryan and pull my scimitar and charge forward to find whatever it is that I have to smash.
Alright, so 5, 10, 15, 20 puts you in with the ability to see what's going on. You've got, what, 40 feet of move?
Mm-hmm.
So you can go another, you basically go up to where 5, 10, 15, 20 up here with your full move. What else would you like to do? You got your bonus and your action still.
I am going to... Can I make it like behind him or next to Willem on like the other side? Trying to kind of box him in a little bit.
Bear in mind, you can't see me, so you don't know I'm there, so you might actually crash into me.
That's true.
25, 30. Even if you go around, like you've got plenty of movement. If you go around where you think Willem may or may not be, you got plenty of move. That's 30 to get you there, basically, and you got 40. So if you want to go there, or if you want to go over in the other corner spot, you could do that as well.
Yeah, put me over there, because that would only leave him retreat, basically, at that point.
All right. That was your dash. Any bonus action?
No, I'm going to hold off on the rage for right now.
All right. Pix. You
All
have
right.
a splitting headache, but not as bad as Anna's.
Yeah, I see that, and I'm immediately going over to her. 5, 10. Yeah, I don't want to block sight. And taking out the wheel of stars, I just kind of with holding onto it and pressing my hand against her, I sort of whisper, "Focus on the stars, Anna," and I will cast guidance with it.
Okay. Oh, you didn't target her.
I did. That's the weird thing.
Interesting. Okay.
Um,
You should be able to just type the guidance snippet and it'll apply just fine, Joe.
Okay. And after that, if I can, could I ready a healing potion for her to maybe take?
You would have to basically pull it out and leave it. Well, let's see. Yeah, you use your action. You'd have to basically be holding on to it. She would have
That's
to
fine.
take it and then drink it as like the action bonus action if she
Got
wanted
it.
to do that.
I'll hold on to it, but I want to be ready to give one to her.
Okay. It's one of those things where the way that we are doing it, you can take a potion as a bonus action, but if you're feeding it to somebody, it's still an action. Yeah.
All right. I'd also, it hasn't been exactly mentioned yet, but how's the lighting situation in here?
It is basically everything is dim light.
Dim light? Okay.
Yeah.
Sword is out. Remember, got bright light around my sword. For so
the
many
two
feet.
that are up here, actually, yeah, you didn't necessarily have that out before because you were. Oh yeah, that is lit. The two that are up at melee with him have lots of light shining around between the sword and the continual flame on known as bracelet.
Even if William's invisible.
No, I guess your I think your items are then go with you. So yeah, everything is currently
Oh, okay,
dim
then
light.
maybe not. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't
either that or
realize that.
you're going to give away your location.
Yeah, just to note it, just to make
It's
sure.
either one or the other.
Either he knows
But-
exactly where you are, or your friends don't know where you are.
Anyway,
Yeah, so I would say everything is dim light for you.
Okay, good to know.
What's going on with Tailspire?
I do not know what's going on with Tailspire.
We were back at the shark room for a second. Now it looks good.
Oh, gotcha. Was there some sort of issue there, Joe?
I don't know. It looked fine on my end.
Yeah. Huh. Okay.
If it proves necessary, I've got Tailspire up too.
If we could switch streams or something. Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I'll ready a healing potion for Anna and end my turn that way.
All right. Fair enough. Whiskey. Oh, we're at the top of the order again, right? All right. Before whiskey, then. Let's see. Somebody roll me a D3, just so this is not on me.
No one's doing it.
I'll
I
tell
mean,
you.
I can roll a
DM,
D3.
everyone's a D3.
Layer actions are cheating.
Layer actions are what you do when you have a single creature going up against 8 people and the action economy sucks. All right. Okay, you're going to make me actually choose oddly here. All right. Those of you who are near sources of water, which I would say probably not Ryan and Whiskey, although Whiskey, you see some action going on behind you. Now I'm curious. Let's see. Yep. There's nothing happening behind you currently, Whiskey. So Whiskey, you and Ryan don't really notice anything going on. Everybody else sees this pool here and this pool here. There's these green tendrils that start to slurk out of the water, slimy green growths that lash out from inside those pools. I'm gonna say the closest one on here would be Nona. I'm gonna see if the system will let me do this.
Can it actually see Nona? We'll
Nothing
find
has
out.
to see anything.
Yeah. I'm a
You're
bright
saying
light.
because she's invisible? That is a good question. Because this is technically... I'm going to say because it's a lair action and she's walking around literally in the lair that it probably feels it. Because this is not the Mind Flayer necessarily doing this. Alright, let's see if this works. Oh, well, Whiskey cast it, but... Oh, because it's not on your turn. Oh, but it uses the wrong spell attack.
I missed, so that's good.
That's why. But yeah, +8, I think is actually what this thing was supposed to be. So yeah, Nona, you feel something start to kind of wrap around your ankles, and then nothing seems to happen. For the other pool, Willem is the closest to that one. So, Whiskey's going to attack you again.
But I'm a nice guy. Don't shoot the messenger.
Oh yeah, I gotta do that. Crap. Dash I to ignore spell slots, and then anybody can cast it. All right, Willem, what you feel, even though you don't think anything can see you, coming up from behind you, there's this slimy, sickly green bit of algae coming out of the pool behind you that wraps around your leg, and just kind of sears you with this like acidic, caustic material, and also starts to pull you back toward the pool. You currently are grappled by this thing, and it seems to want to continue to pull you further toward the pool. Now, Whiskey.
Well, since I'm invisible, you can walk me out so I can actually look around the corner now.
Sure. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Put you around the corner and plenty of sight.
They'll put me straight out, so if I want to go back one, I can. Okay. What is he, and what does he have on him, or anything like that?
He definitely looks like he's a castery type, if only because he's wearing more of the long flowing types of robes. You also don't see any weapons necessarily held in hand, and it's some sort of slimy looking creature with tendrils all over his face.
No metal on him?
Not that you can tell.
I am basically useless against mages, unless... because all my first level spells were used last time. Well, let me... if I cast, I'm going to become visible, which is fine. I'm going to have to do this. Let's test this little guy. Let's see how he does. Okay. I don't know. Someone yelled something about no magic, so we'll see.
Groland specifically, well, can I remind him of what Groland said?
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, it was only 18 seconds ago.
Groland actually said, "You leave your mind magics; they won't work." Okay.
Well, then I'm useless. I'm done.
You do what you do.
Can you hit the screen again? It's back to the shark room. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna use a spell that I had fixed when we upgraded to the what's the new one we got? The new book. Tasha's, because I was able to do something. So, okay, Grolet is within 30 feet of me.
Yeah.
Okay. Enlarge. GR. Oh my God, GR.
For anyone who can't see it, a slight look of shock comes over Groland's face.
Does that? Oh, it has to be enlarge, reduce. Is it?
Shouldn't be.
Basically, you pick one of the effects.
That's not what he's asking. Did you actually update?
Yeah, I did that when I pulled it in the other. Let me see.
Do this command. See what's in your spellbook currently. Yeah, it's not in there. So if it's in D&D Beyond, maybe you need to just run the update command.
Just make sure it reflects your slots.
Yeah, now do the
yeah,
speed.
yeah, it does.
Do the SB again.
I have actually one less than what it tells me to, but I'm not. It's really weird. I'll have to talk to you after, but that's. Let's see.
There you go. It's there now.
Cool.
Probably a look of shock for everybody if you see on Tailspire. That is the large version of Grolin.
Do I still only take up 1 square, or am I gonna make it more difficult for people to get?
If you technically are now large, then you take up a 10 by 10 instead of a 5 by 5. So yeah,
I will go visible. I don't know. That's not an attack spell, is it?
that's if you're casting it on somebody that is not a willing creature.
Okay, so then I stay invisible. Nice. And then
I believe casting a spell in
casting a spell
general
will still dispel it.
It does end it, yes, if you cast a spell or attack.
okay, and then
Coming up soon is Anna, who is currently
why did that not?
stunned.
Oh, it's got to be a space. I think, isn't it? Why did that not work?
I actually don't know. Is it Bardic or is it Bardic Bard? I don't remember.
Let me do Bardic Bard and see if that's it. I might have been a backward.
You didn't do it last fight at all, so I don't remember now.
No, that's weird.
It is Bardic.
And there's no space as far as I know.
Are you out of inspiration?
No, I had a short rest.
Did you actually do the SR short rest?
As far as I remember.
Because if you didn't recover,
I've
spell
only
slots,
used
maybe
one
you didn't actually
Bardic,
do it.
as far as I know.
It says it has no attribute, so I'm wondering if maybe it doesn't think you have any left. Do the HUD.
He did do a short rest. I scrolled up.
Okay. It's Bardic. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore. But I felt like we'd done it recently, so I don't know. Grola, do you have a D8 inspiration die that you can use for pretty much anything at this point?
Roger that.
Wow, one of your potions is really good, Grolin.
You're also big now.
And you do an extra die for damage. I think that's more damage.
The upside of being large.
Mm-hmm. He also has advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
So step me back one behind the wall, and then I'm done.
All right.
You have no idea how much that advantage on strength check is going to be useful in just a second.
Well, you were the only one within 30 feet. It was either you Nona, or Willem, and they ran all the way up there. So
All right.
I don't know where they are. So
This guy currently does not see Willem or Nona at the moment, as they are still invisible, and has now seen Grolid grow to massive size. He is actually going to
Isn't it
use
Anna's
a
turn?
legendary action.
isn't it Anna's
Oh,
turn?
no, legendary action.
He's going to use one of his legendary actions for this round, and Grolid hit you with a, let's see. Yeah, hit you with a mental assault that's very targeted just at you. I need you to make a intelligence save, DC 15. You do have an inspiration if you would like to use the D8 and hope to get that. Up to you.
May as well.
All right.
I need to roll a 7 or better, though. Of course not.
All right, so you already have a little bit of a headache, and now you're larger, and so your larger head gets hit with just racking pain. I'm just going to apply the damage straight, if that's okay. like roll and apply it at the same time. 11 points of psychic damage.
Could have been worse.
Yeah, on a 3d8, that wasn't necessarily a good roll. And now, Anna, your turn. Grove, that is also problematic to you. This is the first time in a long time you faced something that seems to be able to act kind of sporadically, if that makes sense in non-metagamey terms.
Yeah. Faster than your standard monster.
Toss your Witcher a potion.
Is my save for the stun at the end of my turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you've lost your turn, and now you get to see if you get.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I could. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it specifically says at the end of your turn.
You also have guidance with that if you want.
Yeah,
that doesn't help. That doesn't help with saves.
Guidance. Guidance is specifically checks, isn't it?
Yep.
Checks and attacks.
Well,
you got guidance for a minute, so let's see.
What's the DC?
I'm looking back up here.
I thought it was 15.
It is exactly 15.
Nice.
Good girl.
The nosebleed subsides.
Yes, good girl.
Yeah.
You can't have her stunned.
Pix, you ran over to her. It was just kind of like everything was tight, everything was tense, and just not present. But seems like she's kind of snapped out of it a little bit. Yeah, wiping the nosebleed away. And
because Pix put his beak in her ear. That always worked.
the mega wet willy.
Yeah. Your
puts the beak in his ear and then lashes out the tongue. Alright, but that is Anna's entire turn.
Grolid, go.
Now enlarged with a very, very big headache.
And you have reach now.
Yeah, I am going to move.
Because your weapons are bigger.
That doesn't necessarily mean he has reach. If it says he has reach, then he's got reach, but...
I will move into melee, preferably such that I am flanking the Mind Flayer. In the course of my move, I've got the two-handed sword out, so I use my other hand to pull out my potion of mobility. So Blood Hunter mutagen, and I will drink that. I am now immune to grappled and restrained, and I would suffer disadvantage on strength ability checks, but being enlarged, I have advantage on them. So,
yeah,
nice.
Yeah, I was super pleased when I heard that. So, at that, I will get to the right screen here, and I will make an attack. Oh, hold on. I should open up my thing, because then I don't have to type it all out.
Yeah, could help.
Add in. I missed on one. How lame is that?
Happens.
I mean, he's not complaining.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not. Did I actually get bonus damage from the enlarge? Is it a die 4?
You get an extra D4, but I don't see it rolled in there.
I'm not seeing it now.
Yeah,
you have to add the extra D4.
I will remember that for the future.
Of course.
Of course.
Welcome to the name of the stream.
You're not quite. Yeah, you're not quite sure about that whole larger thing, so you just kind of lightly tap him.
Yeah, you don't know your own strength at the moment.
Yeah, but the bad version of it. Where you realize that you're stronger.
Yeah, exactly.
You just think your footsteps are heavier. All right.
And that was an action, a bonus action, and a move action. So I am done.
Yeah. So for those keeping track at home, that was an 11 that missed, and a dirty 20 that hit. and 19 points total for that, or 20 points total for that was lightning damage, right?
Correct.
Okay. Bonus action was drinking your potion. Are you moving any further?
No, it looks to me like the people who, and from Grolet's point of view, the people who he doesn't want the Mind Flayer getting within arm's reach of are behind him, and the people he wants within arm's reach of said Mind Flayer are in front of him. So, yeah, we're pretty good right where we're at.
Cool.
In the shark room.
It always goes back to that. I don't know what it is. It's like it's on a timer or something.
All right. Mind Flayer is looking around. Technically, he still only sees Grolid, and since he could only see Grolid, that's also why Grolid didn't get flanking, because Nona's not technically threatening the space at the moment.
Does taking damage get rid of the invisibility?
Yes.
Oh, you do need to make a Oh, because it's his effect.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct. It's mine.
Yeah, it's Ryan's effect. So if he takes damage, he'd have to make a concentration check, but you're not concentrating on it, so you're fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Moment.
It is cast a spell, so it doesn't matter what you cast. So that's right. I'm just visible.
Real quick, Anthony. If he makes a melee attack, I will use my reaction to have bugs crawl over his eyes.
Okay, which gives him
I
disadvantage.
also have counter already.
It just
Oh,
makes
it's a
him.
negative.
Yeah, it's a -1. It'll be a die 6. It's a Hero-Craft die.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. All right, we had this come up before, and it's going to happen similarly again here. He is going to cast Confusion.
Uh-oh.
And a 10-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose within range. And since Grolid is the one that he sees, he's probably going to try to get Malden in there too. So let's see. If he centers it here, that one.
Basically, Grolid takes up the whole area, but yeah.
Yeah. Can he get, if he centers it right on Grolid, can he get Malden? I can't get Malden and Willem. Not that he knows Willem's there. So he's going to target Malden and Grolid because those are the two he can actually see in that area. All right. Confusion.
Grolid. Is Grolid within 10 feet of me?
Yes, he's technically
He's
adjacent
right
to you.
Then, thanks to my aura protection, you get a +2 on all your saving throws, Grolid.
Okay. Well, we'll have
Cool.
to tweak it because I'll cast it. I'll cast it separately then. So we'll target Malden first
Save for this. You get
because I'll give a penalty on. I don't know how that'll work actually. We'll try it. We'll try it with a penalty and see if it applies it a bonus to the DC or something. Malden fails his save, so we'll figure that out in a second. Grolid, and let's do -2 on dash B and see if that helps you or hurts you, because I honestly don't know. What is your save? Typically, your wisdom save is at +3.
It's does this yes it's my modifier is 3. Saving throws, yes, +3.
So he would have made it.
Unless you have proficiency in the save, then it's the same. Let's see if that is the same. It is. You see, he gets a +2.
That would only be a 14.
Yeah,
Would be a
right?
14. So yeah, still a failure. Okay. So yeah, Grolid and Malden are both confused, so neither of them can take reactions currently, and at the start of their turn, then they'll have to roll a d10 to determine which from that list that you're seeing there they have to do. But Willem was spared because he wasn't seen, and Nona was spared for kind of the same reason, because he definitely would have targeted at a different point had he seen you. So the invisibility is helping yet again. He's also let's see. No, he's gonna wait for now, I think, because again, he thinks that he's probably relatively safe. No, he thinks that because you can't take a reaction, he's going to actually move back 5, 10.
AOO.
He's only going to move that far back, actually, because he still wants to keep everybody in range. No, Nona's still technically adjacent. He wants to keep everybody else in range, but wants to put a little bit more space between him and Grolin, because they were at melee. So he'll move back 10 feet, but that's still technically in your range there, Nona. Malden, let's roll a d10. I swear I didn't put him in here so he could attack you guys.
Okay. Oh, nice.
He shrugs it off, at least at the moment, and can take his actions normally. So he's quite a bit frustrated right now. I believe he's going to activate his Spirit Shroud. Yeah, so you guys see, especially those of you close enough to him, you see that anchor start swirling with these spectral images, like these ghostly figures start swirling around the head of the anchor, and they almost look like the spirits of drowned souls, as it were. And he just kind of growls and said, "Not dying today." And tries to go rushing forward. You're going to have to rush past Grolin, so that might take away most of his movement, but 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 25 puts him in range. He'll move up a little bit more, 30, just to give people moving up some space there. Yeah, so those of you who are unfamiliar with Spirit Shroud, because it's a new one from Tasha's, you call forth spirits of the dead, flit around you for the spirit's duration. They're intangible and invulnerable. Any attack you make deals 1d8 extra damage when you hit a creature within 10 feet of you. You can choose Radiant, Necrotic, or Cold. He's probably going to choose Cold just because of the water feel that he's got going on. Any creature that takes this damage can't regain hit points until the start of your next turn. And any creature of your choice that you can see that starts its turn within 10 feet of you has its speed reduced by 10 until the start of your next turn also. So a number of kind of minor effects on there. That's a bonus action. He's casting that. And then he's going to attack for his actual action. He's got the he's at melee. That one swings and misses. So 12 does not hit. So the other effects that he's got play in, but not the extra damage. So it's got its movement speed reduced by 10 if it starts within 10 feet of him, and the other doesn't, because they didn't take damage. So at least currently his movement speed is reduced by 10.
Yeah,
I believe Bitsy can move and take reactions, but nothing else. So she'll move up to try to help out a bit here too. 20, 25, 30, so she'll be right around here.
Still in the shark room.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps on vaulting you guys back there on.
Well, I know we still
stream.
Have figures.
No, I deleted. I deleted a bunch of, like, there shouldn't be any linked characters.
We have double set linked, apparently.
Oh, I'll maybe go and delete them later or something, I guess. On the unique creatures list for me, I deleted all the old ones. You only have the new ones now. But, okay. Malden is done. we are back to Link.
All right, Link is going to try and step back into range. / line of sight, because he's technically in range.
Why don't you go ahead and move that, Joe? I'm going to try to get rid of some of these creatures so you guys are not stuck.
And then Link is going to target with his longbow. I am going to type these out as 2 separate attacks so that the bonus damage only happens once.
Okay. Good luck. What is the... Oh, Hunter's Mark.
You sound so confident.
Try that. I may have to rename another one too. But try it again. Okay, got it. Alright, so 15 hits.
I also added my 1d4 psychic.
Yep, 1d4 psychic, 1d6 for the Hunter's Mark. So 12 points of damage, magical piercing, and the concentration I think was to maintain that stun, which Anna broke free of anyway, so not a big deal there.
That would be to maintain the confuse, or is that not concentration?
Oh, yes, it's a confuse. Thank you. I'll make that.
Oh, nice.
Let's see.
That's good.
So 2 DC 10 concentration checks.
Yes.
And then Link will step back into hiding.
20.
Well,
Second one fails though.
I like that one.
Does
Yeah.
not maintain his concentration, so the confusion actually does fade.
phew.
Yay, Grolin.
Grolin looks even more angry.
Alright, I've been floating around in all of our water, which I'm sure anybody that watching the video later will be thoroughly confused about. But
As Link runs back, said, "Hey, Grolin, I think you got this," and he hides again.
Grolin literally grunts.
alright. Ryan is up next. Remove the confusion effects.
I will come out to see what's going on. I see him back up on the stairs, so I will move to within 60 feet.
Alright.
I don't know if I'm that close yet or not, but
Yeah, I mean that's 50, and this is 55.
okay, so that is good. And then I'm going to see if I can hit him with a frostbite.
Okay. Alright, max damage, 12 points of damage. He failed his save, so disadvantage on the next weapon attack before the next turn.
Not that he has a weapon necessarily, but
Alright, but 12 points of damage, one way or the other. Alright, so that's a little bit of a move. That's your action. Are you doing bonus action or any more move?
I would like to move to my right as far as I could go.
Did you
Do I have any more
have,
movement?
did you have 20 feet left?
He did, yeah. He moved
Okay,
10.
cool. Well, there you go.
That's good, thank you.
Cool.
All right. Willem is up next, and then Nona and Pix come around the
Got it.
bend. Willem, I need you to. Well, you are currently grappled. Remember that, and this thing is trying to pull you into the water. So if you would like to have your move back, then you need to take an action to try to break free.
Yeah, that's my question.
So you can make
I'll
a
grapple.
athletics to try to like forcibly break free, or an acrobatics to try to break out.
Can I attack the tendril so I can cut it?
And attack will make you visible, and you remember, hopefully.
I don't care about that.
I would say it would take you see the way that it's built, it would take multiple attacks. There's enough kind of vinage wrapped around you, it wouldn't just be a clean hack. But you theoretically could. It just may take more than one action to accomplish.
I will attack the tendril twice.
Okay, go ahead and make your attacks.
What's the target for the tendril?
There isn't a target for the tendril, so just make an attack. Okay, I would say a 13 hits. It seems to take reduced damage because you're just hacking through multiple layers of this vine. But it's taking some damage. You can attack it for your second attack if you want.
Yeah, I tried to do RR2 and for some reason it didn't work.
Sometimes I think you guys forget it's RR space 2.
Yeah,
dash RR space 2, so that might have been what it was. Okay, you feel like you've figured it out a little bit better and hit a little cleaner, but don't necessarily hit in the same spot. So you're doing some damage to it. It's not quite enough to put it completely apart yet. It's looking like it's holding on by a thread, but yeah, not completely shredded. So that technically was your action, and it's reduced your move to 0, so you've got a bonus action, and that's it right now.
Yeah, question, can it, if I've reduced it to a thread, can it still pull me?
You're about to find out. You don't really know.
All right, can you smite it?
There's something magical about this that is less than,
I only have one smite left. I'm going to save it.
Yeah, he's out of his first level stuff.
I can use a second level for it, but I only have one second level left, so I'm gonna save it.
I'm assuming no bonus action.
No bonus action.
All right, Nona, currently still invisible.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
This thing started backing up. He very clearly, either he's really good at concealing it, or doesn't actually seem to know that you're there.
Well, I'm gonna hit the rage, and then I'm gonna smack him around a couple times.
Okay. So close! Exclamation mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, not roll 20.
I wasn't raging, but now I am.
Bear with her.
That's what all the coffee's for.
All right, don't you get your rages back after a short rest, or is it only a long rest? Oh, maybe it's higher levels. You might get it back at higher levels.
No, pretty sure it's long rest. I have a concept for a barbarian druid get their wild shape back after a short rest, but
not the rage.
Barbarians rage long rest.
And your rage count goes up with more levels too. So yeah, you got to be careful.
That looks like a disadvantage.
Yeah, I rolled that with a disadvantage. That's wrong.
Dude, I have a bard barbarian. We should get together.
Wait,
I checked my barbarian. It's long rest.
Okay, got it.
Oh, the dim light.
Yeah, for some reason that was disadvantaged. Don't know why. And you're also rolling twice, so.
Yeah, I forgot to take out the disadvantage snippet in there.
Yeah, just go ahead and just roll everything again. There we go. Okay, so your first attack.
Shouldn't that be with advantage because she was invisible?
It's a natural 20 on the first one anyway, so it didn't matter.
Yeah. The second one.
She's no longer invisible after the first one. Otherwise, I would say yes. But the first attack, she becomes visible. So Natural 20, solid crit there for 17 points of magical slashing damage. And the second one, you get a little overly excited on the first swing, and you bring it around, and he now realizes you're there and dodges out of the way. 17 points of damage. Yeah. He's looking kind of rough already. And he's actually going to take one of his legendary actions.
She says hi.
Especially since he is nearly dead.
Sure.
And
we're back underwater again.
He's actually going to teleport.
Oh.
It's an unoccupied space that he can see. So he's going to go over here. So you hack at him, and almost as a reaction, as you're swinging the second one, he's already starting to just disappear into the ether, and then he reappears over in the corner of the room. Nice attack.
And I growl.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I hadn't missed, I might have killed him.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Next up is Pix.
All right.
Oh, it does say you cast guidance on yourself, so it must not have tracked the target right, or you didn't type it in right, or something.
Okay then.
So,
Anna's
wants guidance, just a reminder for Anna.
Yeah. All right.
He's not hiding by any means, so anybody who's actually in the room saw that he disappeared and then reappeared.
Yeah, Pix sees that and immediately starts heading over that way.
That wall's not high enough up to...
15, 20, 25, 30. All right. And I'm going to go cast Chromatic Orb at him.
All right. So Pix comes creeping up from the beyond there, gets to the edge of the pool. Yeah, I'd say that those rock formations is just short enough that you can cast over. It doesn't count as cover.
Well, I can move to the side if it becomes an issue.
You're fine. That's why I don't really care, because you could just move again.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm still seeing the old shark room every so often.
No, I deleted everything except for those floating bodies in that room.
Let me stop the stream and try again.
Curses. So yeah, Pix. Pix will take out his pearl, just sort of channel it in there, and just shoot a orb of lightning at the mind flayer.
He's not actually taking any of that reduced damage. Oh, got it. I see why. Okay. Not a problem. No, it's working right. All right, yeah, there's an orb of lightning that goes slowly coasting over and just kind of shatters along the wall and right in front of the mind flayer. It seems to be taking enough damage for now.
Yeah, and Pix realizing, wait, weren't tentacles coming out of the water? So he's gonna use his bonus action to run away.
All right.
20, 25. And that'll be his turn.
Okay. top of the order, I need somebody to roll 50-50. Roll a d2. 1 or 2. 2 it is.
Can't see the screen.
All right. Everybody sees the pools all within the cavern start to just bubble up and boil. Willem, you felt this already. There's something caustic in the water. It actually burst and explode out. Anybody within 15 feet of the pool, I need you to make a strength saving throw, please. So that would definitely be Willem. And Willem, since you are... no, that would be dexterity, so you're fine. Strength saving throw. Malden needs to... Nona needs to. Grola needs to. Let's see, 15 feet.
Bitsy needs to as well.
15, yeah, that's true. Let's see. Pix, I think you're far enough away. Everybody else, I think, is far enough away.
And that was an 11.
I forgot to do that.
And I get advantage on strength saves.
I
due
thought
to
you
being
said.
large.
I thought
Yeah.
you said
your
balanced
potion.
out because your potion.
That's for strength ability checks.
Gotcha. Then yes.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't look like it helped you much.
That's why we have the name of the group.
May I use my reaction to help Grolid here?
To do what?
The Wheel of the Stars, other ability.
Tell me what
To
it is.
add a D10 to anybody that I see within
How many
60
times
feet.
can you use it? Because you've used it once today already.
Oh, that's right. I have. Then never mind.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it was once a day, right?
Yes. Thank you for reminding me.
Yep. Okay.
I got it too.
Willem and Grola, that's a fail. I don't know how to make the Drake actually do a save. I'll just roll it straight up. Your damage, just so everybody knows, 2d6.
Oh no, that's dexterity save. That's sure. Although I thought Rage gave you
All right,
advantage
so
on.
Willem and Nona take 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nona made it.
Oh, sorry, not Nona. Willem and Grolid take 7 points of bludgeoning damage from the water exploding out, and you are both knocked prone.
Ooh.
Nona, you and Malden take half damage, rounded down, so 3 points, and you're not knocked over.
Okay.
Would Nona's damage be further reduced because she's in Bear Rage right now?
It's just bludgeoning damage, so yes. So 1 point. I don't know, you round down and round down, then you end up reducing it to next to nothing. Let's say 2 points on that.
Does that knocking prone ability have a size limit on it?
No.
Okay.
Your size gave you the advantage on the save, and you still failed to save.
Well, some abilities say a
Yes.
target, larger.
Yeah,
So I was
usually
asking.
those are like person types of things where you're trying to tackle or use a whip to knock somebody over, or whatever. This is just a massive explosion of water, and you're right by the edge, so it's a mini tidal wave of sorts. And then after it does that, the water kind of resides back, and it's still kind of bubbling, but not as much of a problem there. All right, I'll just roll straight for Bitsy. If I can get back to...
Those hit points, do they come off automatically, or do I need to mod it?
You do need to mod it.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's a layer action that I just made up, so it's not in the system anywhere. What is your save? Save must... Oh, there we go. bonus to Dex and Wisdom, so just Strength. We'll see if this actually works. Did that send? It did.
Oh yeah, cool.
So that's the beyond 20 that I was talking about. You can click on the spoiler thing to see what the roll actually was, but only rolled an 8. So Bitsy's also taken some damage there. And
Poor
is
Bitsy.
prone. All right. Now to top of the round with Whiskey.
All right. I maintain the enlarge on Growlid.
Oh.
I think I just have to maintain it.
Yes.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay,
Concentration,
I'm
just
going
concentration
to.
here. It'll maintain on its own, basically.
I'm going to hit Growlid with. Let me see. I got here. He's down pretty bad, so I'm going to have with a level 3 healing word to start. What's it? Minus L, right?
For the level, yes.
3. Okay.
Just remember there's a space between the L and the number.
Got it.
I hope that helps.
Oh, cool.
There you go. 14 points of healing
Yeah.
for Grolid. So we're playing the same game as the shark fight of let's keep Grolid in double digit health.
Yeah, and since that's a I cast that on a bonus action.
Yep.
You said that I can do. I'm going to attempt a cantrip on him.
Yep. So
I
you can
just
do a
wanna
cantrip.
test
That's a
it.
single action. Yep. Good.
Okay, want to just test this to see.
What's your range though? Who are you casting?
Oh, I won't be able to hit him. That's right. It's 60 feet. You got to move me out anyway because I have to see Grolid. Oh, I can see Grolid from there.
Yep.
Just
Yeah.
Yeah, Grolid is 35 feet from you. So if it was a 30-foot, which I think healing word might be 30 feet, then you would have need to move
60.
forward one.
60.
Okay. So yeah,
60.
you were fine where you
Okay,
were
so
there.
I'm not going to be able to hit him, but I will do.
Yeah, you got about 80 feet, 75 to 80 feet to the.
I'm going to
Mind flayer.
give me a second. That's right. Ah, what did I miss? I said, oh, Bard. Oh my god.
Bard.
Yeah, that again.
Oh, that's what you did before. There is no dash T. So what you did is fine on this one.
I didn't do
Yes.
dash T.
Correct. When you did
Earlier,
Grolid,
you did.
earlier you did dash T for Grolid. That's why it didn't work before. I just realized. There you go.
Okay, that goes to Link, so he can actually maybe kill this guy. Then I'm done.
I will let it slide this time just because I'm nice.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let it go. Never mind.
Yeah, you
I'll
used
take
2
it
bonus
back.
actions.
Take it back. How do I undo that?
I think you should be able to do something along the lines of
That's right. I forgot.
try.
My fault.
Oh, try doing that, but with an exclamation mark. So exclamation mark CC Bardic, and then 3 should reset it to 3. Or you just gave it all back to yourself. Whatever.
You said to do Bardic 3.
Yeah, that should have worked. It said +3, and it gave you. Oh, it was +3. That's what it was. Okay, so try the same thing, but do -2. Or you
Is
already
it
used
two?
1, didn't you?
Yeah, I just down -1. Yeah,
Okay, so yeah, just do -1 then. If it was supposed to come back on a short rest. All right.
that's it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm done.
All right. New round. The Mind Flayer is going to use one of his legendary actions because he's definitely feeling the pinch at the moment. And he's going to unleash a disruptive wave. We'll see the range here. Pix is close enough. Anna is just
Yeah.
barely out. It's a 60-foot thing here. Grola definitely gets hit. Willem definitely gets hit. Bitsy will get hit. Malden actually would be considered with his giant pillar here behind total cover. Does not
nice.
get hit. And
You get a bonus for being prone?
no, because it's a mental thing. 61 feet. I think entering your square though is 60, so I'm gonna say Nona gets it as well. Let's see. I need all of you to make an intelligence save.
Oh, nice.
Who's all?
Anybody that I just called out. So Pix,
Okay.
Grolid, Bitsy, Willem, and Nona.
How do I do the -2?
Dash B space -2 at the end of all
And
that.
so that's a 15 for Grolid.
13 for me.
14 for Nona.
14 for Pix.
Oh, that's just summoning again. That doesn't help. I'll just roll it like I did before for Bitsy. Here, I'll go ahead and tell you the effect so you know what you're getting yourself into. If you failed, so a 14 or lower was a fail.
Yeah.
If you are concentrating on anything, you lose your concentration.
Okay, guidance.
And
Yeah.
you are pushed back 20 feet in a straight line and knocked prone if you are not already prone. So that's Pix, Willem, and Nona. Grolid just made it, which is, yeah. Maybe you get smarter as you get bigger too.
I guess. I'm going to run into Whiskey at 15 feet. What happens?
You go until you run into something, basically.
Yeah, I dodge out of the way.
There's also a setting, Kyle, in Tailspire, if you go into the settings stuff to turn on so that it actually snaps it on the grid. So you're not like standing halfway in between two different tiles.
Oh, actually, Anthony, I'm sorry. Did my bonus saving throw apply? +2?
Is it for all saves?
Yes, all saves.
Then yeah, your -2
And then
and
also-
then +2 would have put you back at a 15.
Yeah, so
And it's only
Good
10
job.
feet, right?
yeah, 10 feet aura, so it would have hit Roland too, I think. Not that he
And
needed.
and Bitsy, but not Nona. So yeah, Grolid made
Correct.
the save, but that makes you make the save. So you are good.
Mhm.
So Nona still gets pushed. Nona, you don't actually go 20 feet back because you get pushed and sploosh into the water.
Oh.
So rather than
Yay.
getting pushed back and being prone, you are going to actually take, I believe it is 2d8 points of acid damage from being submerged in this super caustic water. So
Ow.
Fun.
more fun for you.
Well, it just helps keep the rage going.
Yeah, that's
something.
it. Yeah, 2d8.
Does the bear give you resistance to acid?
Don't think so. Let me double
I
check.
think it's resistant to everything except for psychic.
Yes, everything except psychic.
So
Yeah.
11 points
Okay.
reduced in half, so 5 points of acid damage, Nona. But you're also going to have to swim out of this, and it's relatively deep. So when it comes around to your turn, then I'll let you know more about that.
So again, am I sort of caught into Whiskey, or am I like barreled
You
through?
stop. No, you stop when you hit him, basically. But
I'll
yeah,
grab you.
you're still prone.
Alright.
Yeah, basically, it's not enough to like knock everybody over like bowling pins.
Gotcha. Wanted to be sure. And yeah, Pix is like sort of like half in your arms, just kind of holding us as like.
Yeah, the rest of you didn't really see anything. It's just there were a couple of them that just grabbed their head and then just flew backwards. All right. Let me
Yeah,
quick
and
roll for-
Anna no longer has guidance.
No, it's not showing up there, so we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Bitsy actually made the roll with a -1. So.
Dang.
Lower to the ground. Harder to knock it over.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Next up after Whiskey then, and that legendary action is Anna. No longer stunned. I'll remove that.
Come on. Yeah, you rotate these things.
There you go.
There we go.
Oh, did that? There we go. All right.
Well,
Oh, nice.
25 to hit, 19 points of magical radiant damage. How would you like to do this?
Yes.
You guys see the what looks to be like the stars, like tiny little glittery things that kind of like just form dots between me and this mind flayer, and then this line just kind of channels through it, and then zap, and then exactly, and then the classic radiant damage, which turns into sparkles and.
Yeah, so what you actually see is you just like burn that hole directly through him, and in the gaping hole in the middle of his chest, there is this small little emblem that looks oddly familiar, and he looks at you and drops to his knees, and then he kind of extends both of his hands out, and as he does, that emblem starts to float towards you. The entire length of whatever that 65 feet just floats in your direction. He doesn't seem to be dead, but he looks like he is dying. And you hear everybody, all of you say, he points to the back of the room, and he just, as he nods directly to you, Anna, he says, "Very good. That will take you back to the surface." And he gestures to something you haven't seen yet, but points behind the wall where the platform and the throne was. And he just seems to, similarly to the magic that you saw when he teleported, he just kind of fades into ether. There's still like that residual radiant magic as if you starbursted him. But yeah, you don't think he's necessarily dead. You think that he just has acknowledged you've passed the test and is choosing to not accost you in any way because you've earned his respect.
Because the
Are the tendrils still up?
At that moment, yeah. So technically, the thing that's holding on to you does relinquish its grip and slither back into the water. I'm gonna end combat here. Nona, make me an athletics check to see if you can quickly get yourself out of this acidic water.
Can I grab that stone that's floating towards me and start
it basically hovers right in front of you until you take it.
Okay, cool. I'll grab it and maybe just wrap up my turn by walking towards the acid pool, starting to prep for healing potentially.
Sure. And anybody else, while Nona's doing this, since we're out of combat, if you're wanting to rush in any direction or whatever, totally up to you.
I take it we won.
Get up.
It seems like it.
I did that in the wrong channel, but that was a 25.
Oh, it's like, when are you going to type that in? Okay, 25 will do it. I'm going to say it's reduced damage anyway, so 1d8, and then you'll reduce it in half anyway. Max damage. So you take another 4 points of acid damage as you climb back out. But you're out. And you're looking around, still raging, which is why you took the reduced damage in the first place. Where in the world is this guy?
Ow. Where is he? Ow.
We won. Anna slayed it.
Excellent.
He's not dead. I don't know where he went, but he's not dead. Foul things.
He'll make the kill list.
It is no longer bothering us at any rate. So,
And we got the stone.
good. Yes.
So that's good.
Um,
I hurt all over, especially my head.
And Willem is kind of grimacing as he's working on his leg and ankle.
That went pretty well.
And Roland glares at Ryan.
Grilla pushes Ryan in the acid.
Oh, at that moment, Grolid goes small, goes back down to his
Oh
side.
yeah, because it's only a minute, right?
Yeah.
well,
Grilla
I
experiences shrinkage.
Hey, it's cold.
There is
I'm
a little
going-
bit of a bite to this room, yeah. I'll give you that.
I'm going to look around to see if there's anything of value before we get out of here. And Pix will proceed to try to loot the place.
I don't know, but maybe putting that acid water in bottles would be nice. Does it work if you splash
Not a
people?
bad idea.
Grolid will give advantage to Pix if there is such a thing.
Okay, yeah, so the two of you are kind of searching together. You can roll with advantage picks.
Okay.
Investigation. Whiskey, make a perception check as you get closer to the water asking that question.
Yay, 26.
Alright. Whiskey, you're not really sure because you weren't up super close to experience it before, but at least what you're seeing right now, it looks like water. It doesn't seem to be bubbling like you saw from a distance. It doesn't seem to have any type of...
Okay, I stay away from it. It's water.
you really don't know for sure
Like,
without
enough of
touching it or
water.
whatever, but it doesn't look as aggressive as it did before. Anybody else doing anything while Pix? It's going to take a while. This is a very large room. While Pix and
I
Grolid
understand.
are searching.
I'll head up towards the throne area.
Okay. Are you doing anything
Anyone-
in particular?
I'll
What's
help
around the
Brian.
throne?
I'll help Brian with that one.
Okay, so
touch
you
the
guys
throne.
can roll a investigation separately or individually or
Is
whatever.
anyone hurt particularly badly?
Grolid grunt as he's searching around the room with Pix.
And Pix
Not
will
badly.
kind of, realizing he still kind of has the health potion in his hand.
Remember, Brian just wants to sit on the throne and feel how it is.
Really kind of did.
The power. For his future. Stolen Kingdom.
Ryan, move your butt. I'm trying to look at this.
Book of Ryan Fett coming in 2021.
I scooched my butt out of Anna's way.
Boba Dumar.
I vote before we go down the next path, we take a nap. Or a nice long rest.
Pix, you and Grolid, for the most part, find just scattered bodies. Most of them without brains. They seem to at least have been somewhat ceremoniously discarded. They're not just like strewn about the room, but some of them seem to just be laying right where they fell.
Oh.
In those particular bodies, the ones you're able to kind of dig through and search through, you find about 34 gold collectively. Most of it's in pouches of copper,
Right.
but the equivalent of 34 gold. And there is a strange looking, what almost looks like an ore at first. And you almost don't really, you just pass it at first. And then at a second glance, something catches your eye. It almost looks like there's teeth around the outside. Which makes it a little weird, yeah.
Yeah, that...
Yeah, so it grabs your attention. I'm trying to find the information I've got for it here.
Are the teeth like stone or gold, metal?
I'm going to show you a picture here.
Oh, okay. Why would an ore have teeth?
GM, you might want to describe it. It might not show up in the
Yeah,
stream.
it won't. That's why I'm sort of. Come on. That's why I'm trying to grab a picture real quick and pull up the picture, so I'm making sure I'm describing it accurately. It looks like a wooden ore, so it's got a long handle on it. There's really intricate carvings done on the ore itself into the wood, and then sharp, almost like shark's teeth embedded around the outside.
Huh.
Great, another pole weapon.
It's sometimes etched in, like burnt in, and then it is definitely shark teeth around the outside.
Interesting.
Looks like an Akatsuki weapon.
This definitely
Grolid.
is a pole arm, much more like Grolid was looking for, as opposed to that quarterstaff.
Yeah, Grolid's attention peaks a bit at this ore.
Yeah.
A lot of the other stuff that you're finding, again, is like some of the other things. It's been here too long, it's rusted over, or it's rotted. This, even though it is almost completely wooden and organic, seems to have maintained itself.
Which is interesting considering we're in a human cave.
Right, but that should, you are a wizard. That should tell
you
something.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And Pix will just kind of look it over and, well, let's first check to see if it's cursed or not. But
Now you think to do that, really?
You're the one who did that on their own.
Somebody gave me the ring.
I believe you took it.
Yeah, last I heard it was in my possession.
The other things that you find as you're digging through, one of them has a basic potion of healing on them, and one of them has a first level scroll of inflict wounds.
Ooh. Oh, wait, no.
So the basic divine cleric spell. Ryan, when you go up there, it is very... you have more ornateness on your forehead than this throne area does. The one thing that catches your eye is a very large, what looks like a helmsman's wheel that belongs on a ship, just kind of leaning up against the wall in one of the alcoves off on the side.
This is a long ways from home.
It also, unlike most of the other things around here, looks perfectly maintained.
I check to see if it's attached to the wall first.
It is not, but it does look like there's something on the back that would let you hold on to it.
Should I give it a spin? Looking at Anna.
No, it's not attached to the wall. You just asked. It's like the bottom base. The bottom base part is on the floor, and then it's leaned with its weight back against the wall. But it looks like there's a handle on the back side that would allow you to pick it up, is what I'm saying.
Kind of like a shield almost.
Yes.
I look at Anna and kind of shrug. Should I pick it up?
You do you. I'm still looking around.
Malden, who's just kind of been sitting right where you guys stopped, right at the steps, taking care of Bitsy, who took far more damage than he did there, just kind of communicating with her, hears what you're asking about and looks up and notices it for the first time, and he says, "What you got there, lad?"
Looks like a wheel.
Malden says, "Dibs."
What you landlubbers call wheels and what we call wheels be different things. What you actually got there?
Looks like that thing on your boat that makes it go left or right.
You see his eyes kind of light up a little bit more. You're kind of tucked away enough that he can only sort of see it, and he does seem to be trying to, at least as much as possible, pay attention to the Drake. So he's just he's starting to lean a little bit more and tell me, son, what be the emblem on the front? And you look at it, it looks like, here, I'll give you another picture. It looks like a red compass rose on the front side of it, like emblazoned on the whole thing.
It's got a compass emblem that's red.
He whispers something to the Drake, and both of them, like if Malden had a tail, he would be wagging his tail right now. Bitsy definitely is, and they go running up the stairs to look at it more closely. And he says, "This is coming with us. If it's what I believe it is, and one of you magic-y types will have to figure it out for sure, because I don't even know all the details about it, but this is a thing of legend. This may be worth, at least to me, more than whatever diamond stalagmite that we may find. But we'll have to get it identified and know for certain. Don't want to get anyone's hopes up." And you're looking at him. He definitely has his hopes up.
No.
I'll carry it for you.
He looks at you with a very piercing gaze and says, "I'll allow you to carry it on my behalf, but know if you walk off without it, without me knowing, I'ma hunt you down."
It never crossed my mind, but if somehow
I hunt you down?
No, to walk off with it.
Oh, well, there's a good lad. Then thank you for being my shield bearer.
But if I find that somebody had a way to remove this cursed item from my finger besides cutting it off, and they didn't tell me.
Remove curses are not my speciality. I only know bits of magic. It's far beyond my capabilities. And, I mean, to be honest, I did have a way. You just didn't like my way. I'm sure we'll get it
Let's
sorted.
just say it wasn't really an option.
You got 9 more.
Malden.
It's not like you're wielding a weapon anyway.
Well, we could always snap one of these little spindles off your wheel here, too. You have plenty more.
That sucker's about the size of your forearm, son. I don't think you want a middle finger quite that big. Yes, Pix.
You said you thought your ring was here? Based on... Well, me and Grolid have looked all over the room and haven't found it yet. It may be that it's in one of these pools.
Interesting. Son, not to disparage your searching capabilities. He's looking back at you now, Ryan. Are you sure you did a thorough searching of this place? Or did you get a little bit distracted like I would have when you found this one?
Yeah, fair.
He was talking to Ryan. I'm kind of considered you guys took the entire, bit of the room. Ryan went up on the platform area.
Gotcha.
So then what did he say to me again? Because I was thinking he was replying to Pix.
He basically was asking, were you as thorough as you could have been up here, or did you get distracted like I would have been when you found the helmsman wheel?
I stopped looking when I found this. I think Anna was looking, though.
Yeah, I rolled a total of 23.
Oh, I didn't see that roll. Yes,
so it was a nat 20.
Anna, you're standing behind them the entire time with the ring in your hand because it was just it was sitting on the throne itself, just kind of on one of the handrests.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you don't know what they're talking about because you know exactly where it is.
Excuse me, I think... Is this yours, Malden?
Be it a ring with the skull on it.
It is.
Be it a
one
skull
that you talked about. So
with hands covering the mouth.
That's it.
That'd be the one I'm looking for then, lass. Well done. And good shooting back there.
Yes, great shot, actually.
Oh, I mean, thank you everyone for doing everything you can.
We were lucky. Those mind flayers are...
To be honest, I had to up the hit points on it just to make it less squishy. The problem is there's 9+ characters against 1, so...
Yeah.
The problem is you almost never... Well, I have never in the past found only one.
You're usually... if you find one, then they have another one within telepathic range, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Or an entire...
Anna, you look a little frazzled there, Anna.
Yeah. While I would...
Is it the dry blood under my nose? I tried to wipe it.
Yeah, here. And I'll wipe it off for her.
Mm.
Thank you.
Well...
here's your ring, Malden.
Oh, I was not trying to rush you. It was more a matter of what we thought we should do next, but I much obliged. And he takes it, and whether you've seen it before on that close, but you now see like all 4 fingers on each hand now have a ring on them. As he slides that last one on, and it looks like he does have a set of other ones that look very similar.
Hey, Nona, how was the water?
Painful. Bye.
She glares at you.
Painful?
It was painful, yes.
Oh. Well...
Pix, as you and Grolid were searching around, you did go around the backside of that throne area, the direction that he had pointed and mentioned that the exit was back there. There is a 4th pool back here. That's actually where you found there was a little chest back there, not trapped, not locked or anything. That's where you found that weapon. Was inside there.
Cheese wheel?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of food.
I was just amused by that. Okay, I
had originally thought about dropping more loot in here, but I didn't want this to make it seem like the whole boss and have no other loot to find in the rest of the thing, so I ended up scattering it elsewhere.
Right, that's fine. Yeah, no, Pix is just... They hadn't actually been into any of these side pools here, and since Willem did look like he was being dragged to one, he's wondering what else might be down there. Pix will just sort of like very cautiously kind of reach out to the water until like fingertips.
Feels like water.
Sticks his hand in a little more, again carefully.
Still feels like water.
Well, whatever that creature did to the water, it's no longer hurts.
Well, that's nice. It felt like acid eating my skin, so, you know.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
You're thinking about taking a swim and seeing if there's anything in the pools?
Might as well. It's not like we're coming back here. And
Right, I'll go with you.
Oh, thank you.
I believe that's our exit. Isn't
After
it?
what happened to Ryan, you should have a swim buddy.
Fair. No, Anna. There's another pool behind the throne area.
So I think honest question may be the same as the GM's. Which pool are you actually planning on swimming around in?
The one I'm next to right here on the map.
Gotcha.
The one on the right. And Pix will cast dancing lights to kind of have hover around him, and we'll take a dive.
All right.
And Willem will follow.
How long are you gonna spend searching around down here?
8 hours while we sleep.
Yeah, no.
That might be enough for the Mind Flayer to respawn. That's how raid bosses work, right?
Yeah.
Do we get extra experience for killing him again?
Does he get extra experience if he kills you in your sleep?
Well, if he restores in 8 hours, we'll make sure we're up by then.
I'll take
I'll make sure
10
he's
minutes.
up in 6.5 then. How long?
I'll make sure I have bacon on this thing for him too. So.
About 10 minutes.
Okay.
I can do a cat nap for anybody who wants to do that.
Was that an investigation check?
Yeah. If you're searching for stuff, investigation.
Yeah.
Willem can either make it separately or give you advantage on it.
I'll give him advantage.
I'll get rid of that next level.
While they type all that out, Grollet has taken up the pole arm unless somebody has given him any, issue with him having taken it up.
Yeah, no. Pix let you hold on to it.
All right, and in that case, I don't know what it is magically, but I do know what it is mundanely. Is that a word?
It would operate without you identifying it at all. It would operate as a glaive currently.
Ooh, that is what I needed to know. Thank you.
So yeah, just treat it as a mundane glaive at the moment.
And that was a 25 on the 10-minute search.
You take 10 minutes, the two of you searching around with the dancing lights. You feel fairly confident that there's a few skeletal figures, and even the skeletons are pretty pockmarked. So you believe Nona's story that there seems to be acid at least from time to time in here.
Yeah.
Nothing else grabs your attention at all.
Okay.
During those 10 minutes, Pix, unless you had something else you wanted to do down there.
No. After that 10 minutes, Pix will just kind of look to Willem and just kind of gesture to come up.
Yep, here we
go.
During that time, Malden, do you want us? Could you maybe help me look for see where the exit goes? Maybe just because I don't think Ryan's going to be able to follow us. We have to figure out
certainly
how to get him from here to wherever.
I can take a dive if you need me to, Bitsy, and I can go. Or if you'd like to come with, that's fine too.
I mean, I was just asking for help, but I mean, you're much more nimble in the water. Do you mind if I stay here?
That's fine. I mean, I've got what I'm looking for, but you guys have been good companions. I'm not going to dip out on you now.
Didn't he say something?
Especially since I still have the wheel.
Anthony, did we hear him say the exit's behind the throne?
Yeah.
No, but
yes, you all
okay.
heard that. And
if there's an exit behind the throne,
Pix has said there's a fourth pool back there, but that's about all you guys know. So that's where Malden is going to go swim around in and see what he can find. That's what Anna was asking him to do. So he dives in and takes off and is gone for, well, I guess during that 10 minutes you said. Yeah, it takes a little bit of time, but he comes back and says there's essentially a tunnel that takes us back to, I would imagine, a door that will drop us off at the entry point where we started.
How far?
100, 200 feet swimming through. We'll be fine in the breathing side of things, mind you, but yeah, that ring's still going to be a problem.
Did you open the door and look beyond it?
I was hesitant to, because the way it's oriented, it may flush me out and then close behind me, and I'm not really sure whether it'll open again for you.
So the door is on dry land, though, right?
Not at all. At the end of the swimming path, there's a lever with a door, and it seemed like the hinges would swing outward, as if perhaps it would flush anything out with the water onto whatever was on the other side. I could be completely wrong, but I got a good sense of direction and felt like it was taking me back the way that we originally started.
Okay, the reason why I ask is I could dimension him over there, but I need to know what's there.
What you might be able to do, what's the range on your spell?
Double that, if not more, 500 feet.
It's a relatively straight shot once you get yourself oriented. If you can wait for him and wait with him, we may be able to go open up the door, and then you transport him out while the door is open so you can see where you're headed.
So we'd both have to get into the water.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, so I can do that.
Unless anyone else has a better suggestion once they get inside and take a look around, but that's my estimation based on what I can tell from what you said you can do.
I think that might be as good as we're gonna get. Brian, are you okay with that?
Guess I'll have to be, right?
Yes, you will have to be.
Unless whiskey has some magical power to make me small and Anna put a bubble of water around me. Or air, I guess.
I can make you smaller, but...
That sounds like a lot of extra spells as opposed to just one.
And you're already small, but we can do that.
Let's just see if we can get out with the one spell first.
If we can't, we cut your finger off. It's fine.
I've heard you can put it on ice and have the druids put it back together later.
Or we can cook it up as sausage.
That's a little bit bony, but I mean, I've done worse.
Can we make a second Ryan with it?
The question is, would you want
a second one?
I don't know. Maybe the second one... Never mind.
Judging by what he said he did to your sister, I don't know if you'd want a second one.
That would be double pork.
Would the second one come without any gems?
I don't know.
this time picks surfaces. Kind of gets on dry land, kind of shakes himself off. Well, nothing in there. And, well, it definitely does seem like the whatever that thing was could turn the water into acid whenever, because pockmarked skeletons down there.
Can we leave? I'd like to see some sun.
Yeah, no, it's
Here.
well, we won't be seeing the sun yet. We still have another of these paths to go down, but I'm certainly done with this place.
Well, once we get out of here, don't we have to swim back to the boat?
Most certainly, but we're going to be in this temple or whatever it is for a little while longer.
Yeah, I understand, but Ryan will still have to cut his finger off at some point.
Unless something came along and took the longboat, we tied it off right at the top of the obelisk, or at the bottom of the obelisk.
Did we have to swim down from the obelisk?
We rowed out to it. But those of us who weren't foolish enough to swim.
It should be fine to get back onto the boat.
We'll see how it goes.
For those of you who weren't skilled enough to swim?
Oh, that's right. Do we have to climb up the chimney again?
For those who didn't want to waste an hour of game time swimming.
Nope.
All right.
Getting wet is for fools.
Well, if we have a plan to get Ryan through that other pool, let's get to it.
Yeah, I think we figured it out. Is everyone good to go?
Go open the door,
Yep.
and we'll jump down.
All right, so Malden leads the charge this time because he's fine moving around like a fish in the water. Gets to the front there, and it's pretty much like he described. There's stone doors that seem to be sealed in some way to not let any water pass, but it looks like if you throw a handle right by the doors, it does look like basically all that pressure gets released and the doors open and everything just kind of drops out. So what happens beyond that, he's not entirely certain, and neither are you. So he gets there and gestures and puts his hand on the lever, but doesn't do anything until he gets a nod from somebody.
I'm curious if all the water leaves and we can just walk out. That would be interesting.
Ryan,
Yes.
as soon as you jump into the water, I need you to make a strength check, please.
Crit that, baby, so that you can get over this.
I'm going to roll him a 15.
Is that like taking 20?
With your portent?
Yeah.
15 plus, what is your strength modifier currently?
Mine, I have a -2 to my strength.
Yeah, so...
But what's your full modifier?
Nope, that'd be a -2, I think, is what he's saying.
Okay.
That's what we've been doing, because I had like...
well, no, I thought he had a +1 originally.
What's your actual strength score?
Yeah.
Prior to the penalty?
13.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's now at a 9.
Yeah, okay. But that's a -1 rather than a -2, is what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, either way, 15 wouldn't have done it, and less than 15 definitely won't do it. So, yeah, you try to help assist a little bit, and that doesn't seem to necessarily be doing a whole lot at the moment. So you do what you did before. Whiskey, you see him just sink directly to the bottom, fist kind of getting buried in the muck again.
I didn't even see his roll on there.
That's because
there it is.
He didn't,
yeah.
because Anna gave him
a 15.
Gave him a 15 to try to help out, which is at least better than a 7, but both of them were failures. So
could I give him inspiration?
He can try the attempt every minute, so the next time around you could give him inspiration if you want. But you see...
I'll jump in and go down with him.
You see the group disappear. Actually, no, let's see. Nona, you have this thing on your wrist, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so at about the point that your dark vision starts to get lost, you actually see the glow from the wristband that Nona has still lighting up as they go further out. So between your dark vision and the range of the light from Nona, you can actually just barely make out the group further away. They're easily at least 150 feet in front of you, but you're probably still fine.
Oh yeah. Okay. So did they open the door?
Not yet. They're
Okay.
They're getting ready to, barring anybody saying
Alright.
no.
I think we're ready. Or blah, 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 blah. So, Ix will just kind of nod his head.
All right. Malden pulls the handle down. It takes a little bit of force. It doesn't seem like it's been used for a while, but he's got like a +5 strength. So, and it doesn't seem to be that hard. It just kind of takes a little and yank. And there's, for a moment, nothing happens. And then you hear this like a hiss of air being released. I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw.
Even us in the back?
Whiskey, you as well. Ryan doesn't have to make it because he's anchored to the bottom right now.
You say a saving throw?
Yeah.
Alright.
So that's a 10 for Grolid.
That's a 21 for Whiskey.
Before you guys jump in the
16
water,
25 for Link.
Right. Malden will have said his goodbyes to Bitsy, at least for now. And so he actually just kind of drops her in another pool, and as she swims down, she just kind of disappears from sight. So she's not currently with you. She's only around for like 3 hours, so.
Okay.
Unless he decides to summon her again. All right. So we have anybody that is at a 13 or lower. So fails on a 13.
That would be Malden.
Malden does,
Malden
and
Grolid.
Whiskey, you had a higher DC because you didn't want to move at all, but you, with the 21, you hit that. So everybody feels the water suddenly as the doors drop out. The water just rushes and pulls you through. All those dexterity saves for everybody other than Whiskey was to try to land as you get unceremoniously dumped into the middle of that first foyer area. Whiskey and Malden will take...
I will?
Sorry, Malden
Grolid.
and Grolid, yeah. Will take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as they land with a thump in the middle of the room. Everybody else, it's a rough landing, but you're either able to kind of land it relatively gracefully or just kind of roll through it or whatever.
Did the water leave the room?
Whiskey, what you see is the water rushes out of this entire pool. So
He can move at the moment.
Currently dry, but you also immediately hear and you see the doors starting to close back.
Oh
up.
no, I grab okay, then I'll have to, we're never going to make it down there on a run.
He can stand up and currently move, but yeah, you've got about 120 feet between you and the door. And
do I have to type in what I want to do, or we just say I do it and mark it on my sheet?
Because we're tracking spell slots, go ahead and type it out. So you know you're losing a spell slot, but otherwise you don't have to target him or anything.
I don't?
No, because again, it's just to track that you use your 4th level spell
Okay,
slot.
zoom. I grab him and dimension door.
All right, and as everybody else is landing and pulling themselves up and dripping wet, looking around the room, suddenly, poof, Whiskey's there, Ryan's there, looking just as wet, but they look like they landed, as most cats do, on their feet.
Well, glad that worked.
Well, that's cool. I can go 200 feet straight up.
And then you have to fall.
Yes, but I have Ryan to land on. I could ride him down like Aquaman. Yes, that'd be cool.
You can like an anchor.
Yes. You know, we can just tie rope around you and throw you over the ship.
Well then,
So quiet.
Anna, if you do the honors, and Pix just kind of gestures toward the pedestal.
Sure thing.
What room are we in anyway? I don't even.
You're
Yeah,
in
if this
the
is-
original entry point.
I will.
Oh, we went past the turtle?
No,
No,
that's a completely
you're getting
different
your
hallway.
rooms mixed up.
Oh, the big guy? Okay.
That was the first hallway. You've completed the second hallway and are back at the hub.
Oh, okay. So
I will
confusing
put
down here.
I will put the whirlpool stone in the whirlpool indentation.
All right, and you place a stone. Nothing happens.
All right.
You cut the Ryan's finger off and place it on the altar.
Something happens. All right.
As you cast your Eldritch Blast, it cauterizes your wound.
You find out that it's like Cyclops when he takes his glasses off and he can't control it. It just keeps Eldritch blasting from the missing finger.
That would be interesting.
Well, I believe we only have the waterfall path left.
Right.
What's our time?
In fact, how long have we been down here?
Too long.
Not entirely certain. Anna, you would know at least that if we said it a little over an hour had passed, you're probably at this point pushing 2 hours since you recast your spell, but not quite 2 full hours.
No, what's our total time inside this place? And how
You
much
have
time do we have
no
left?
idea. With no sunlight and nobody with keen mind, the only way you've been tracking it so far was how many hours had passed since Anna had cast the water breathing spell. So she's the only one who would have a generic idea. She might be able to suss it out.
Why I'm asking. In character. Anna, what's our time frame look like to your best estimation?
I have no idea. I measure time with stars, and I bit without right now.
Well, I remember that we said we had time enough for a full rest, evening style rest, which we didn't take. So we
Right.
have time. The question is, how much? Is it still enough for that kind of a rest? Couldn't say.
Can we continue without one? I don't think so.
Yeah, that was basically
pretty
the
drained.
conversation before, was you realized that you probably, time-wise, were okay, whether health and spells and other effects, that may be why you would need to take a longer
Right.
rest, but you decided to push on before.
Yeah. The thing is, though, if we keep pushing on, we'll only exhaust ourselves and make it more likely for us to meet an unfortunate end.
Tell you the truth, I'm getting kind of tired, so I say we take a nice long rest right now. Recoup. Tackle this last one. Get it done.
I concur.
If we're going to recover anywhere, it might as well be here. It seems like there's something about this place that's protecting us from whatever denizens are further in.
Right.
Exactly, we're safe here. And we know this. So, let's take advantage of that and go to sleep.
There's a slightly incredulous look on Grolin's face as she says, "We know we're safe here."
Don't start, Mr. Paranoid.
reading into that, I'll say, but we can still take our watches if it helps.
Yes.
I'll take.
Besides, after that, facing that thing and what we've either had to air out or what we've had to sacrifice, I think we're all a little rattled, some more than most. So,
Who's hurt? Because if we're going to sleep, I'm going to use all my healing.
I'm mildly hurt. Anna and
do you want to
Golden
remind you
more.
if we're going to sleep, you're going to recover all of your healing as part of a long
That's
rest.
true too.
Yeah.
Assuming that the long rest actually goes through.
Right.
Yeah, I'll be fine if we're gonna get some sleep.
Same. And if nothing else, I can dedicate my time to giving some of these things a more thorough look at. I may not be able to detect the curses or not, but I feel a bit more confident using a spell to suss out any secrets these things might have.
Seems like we have a plan. I'll take a third watch.
Link will take first watch.
I'll take whatever the last one is.
I'd take second anyway.
I'll take the first watch for Link. Whiskey, why don't you do whatever healing you want to do to help boost or make us better in case there is a issue in the night.
For you?
For the others first.
How bad off does Anna look?
There's 12 back for Grolid.
I think you forgot to target him.
No, it's there.
Okay.
No, it's there.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell. I didn't see
yeah.
it at the bottom.
Check your hit points though, because it usually tells you how many hit points are at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't go through. Maybe because it didn't capitalize. I've never seen it like that before, but
Capitalize. Oh, his name? Yeah.
Did you remember to do the dash T?
Yeah.
it says his
Okay.
name at the top where it's got damage.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's it for my third levels. I got some
Willem,
twos left.
you're asking Anna
How badly does Anna look?
She's not bleeding,
What?
but she's pretty banged up.
she looks rough.
Okay.
You-
Well,
you
since
know-
we're
You being someone who's faced off against these mind flayer illithid types before, Anna, from what you could tell, got the worst of it today.
Do you want me to hit her with a healing?
no, I've got it. Willem goes over and dumps his lay on hands on her.
It's not a
It
cast.
didn't work.
It's
Okay.
I think it's just LOH, lay on hands, with the number and a person. How many points you're using, and then a person or something like that. I think you have to target them.
How bad
Yeah.
are you, Willem?
I'll be fine with the rest.
It might be with whiskey's.
Maybe don't do dash T. Maybe do the same thing, but
Yeah.
no dash T.
Oh, that's true.
But yeah, Willem, what I was saying is,
Mm.
yeah, that should work. Anyway, it's fine. You're about ready to do a long rest anyway. Anna can recover 25
Yeah.
points that way.
No. Yeah, but I'm going to do it in case we're interrupted. Anna, take 25 points. Just mod it.
There you go. There's 10 for Nona. Oh, why didn't it take Nona.
That one didn't even register a target at all.
Yeah, Nona, add 10 to your hit points.
Willem, what I was trying to say though was that like the mental fatigue, or you're experiencing it a little bit here. So she looks worse than her physical body probably actually feels. You can tell that she's actually kind of rattled to some degree, kind of like you have been and you sort of are right now.
Okay.
As a paladin and as somebody who's experienced that's what you're seeing as you're doing your lay on hands, that there's a little bit more than physical damage.
Yeah, I'm going to lay the last 10 points on myself.
Yeah, and
You actually have 12.
Technically, yeah, I was going to say there's 2 points that she didn't need.
Okay.
Oh, that one worked. So it is... Yeah, I wonder why that worked that time.
Minus 12. No, not minus 12. Plus 12.
Well, now plus 24.
Oh,
Nice.
you know what? It might be that he had to put down healing and then the amount.
That's possible, yeah. LOH healing and then the number. That's probably true. Because you need to designate whether you're doing that or curing a disease or poison.
Oh, that's...
So
Yeah,
now we know.
I remember that from when he lay on hands with me after the big freaking nightmare writing thing hit me.
That's true, yep. So now we remember again.
Yes.
All right. Is there anything anybody outside of maybe identifying some objects, anything anybody is wanting to do as you're kind of prepping for your long rest and splitting up your...
Does anybody else need healing before we sleep?
I'm well.
Malden says he'll be fine.
Okay.
Link will be fine.
Gonna stick with potency and mobility for my munitions.
Okay. All right, and anything in particular anybody is doing during your watches on long rest, like picks, identifying, or whatever else you might be doing?
The only other thing I will do is summon Harry for a bit, kind of feed him some rations. It's more for comfort than anything, and just kind of tell him what we've been doing. Just try to keep him up to date, and sorry that this isn't really an environment fitted for him.
Gotcha. The nice thing about the way that I think the familiars work is you just drop them in basically pocket dimension, and then when you resummon them, they don't even realize time has passed. So
yeah, I know, but
for,
again, this
for
is
the flavor of it, yeah.
more for comfort.
Yeah.
This is more for comfort than anything.
This is Pix's comfort, not
yes.
Not Harry's. Yeah. And then I almost died, and then yeah.
And then I got eaten by a shark.
A giant goo decided to try and eat me.
No.
Oh yeah, that did almost happen.
Okay, so I will tell you that as you do your long rest, everybody is okay. Like you don't need to make checks unless you're doing your unless you said you were doing third, which I believe was Ryan and Grolid, right? No, Ryan was first. Last. Okay, so Ryan and Grolid, I think. Go ahead and make a perception check, and just save it for when we get to it. Pix, were you gonna actually identify any of these things?
Yes. The ore, and if the even though the captain seems like he knows what it is.
No, the captain actually, you heard him say he had an idea, but doesn't really know fully what it does. Only that it's famous, it's legendary.
Gotcha. Well, Pix will offer to identify it for him.
Yep, he is extremely grateful. In fact, he
Alright.
as you sit down to do that, he's like, do the wheel first. Do the helmsman's wheel.
Oh.
You know, like the giddy
Sure.
kid that's like, pick
Yeah.
me. I want to sit on Santa's lap first.
Gotcha.
No.
So yeah, I assume you're doing ritual casting. Not that it matters. I
Yes.
guess if you have spell slots left, then first level spell slots you can use that way too. The helmsman's shelter is this shield thing. It's a magic shield that's a +1 shield. So instead of being a +2 to your AC like a normal shield, this would be a +3 to your AC. While you're attuned to the shield, you are proficient with water vehicles. And the shield has 5 charges and regains all of its charges every day at dawn. While you're holding the shield, you can expend 3 of its charges to cast Control Water with DC 15. Or you can use an action to expend 1 of its charges to magically take control of a water vehicle that you can see within 300 feet of you that has a rudder.
Oh, damn.
When you do that water vehicle, if that water vehicle has a creature currently controlling its rudder, then you have to make an athletics check contested by their athletics check. Basically, you are using your helm to control their helm.
Yeah.
If you win the contest, then you wrestle control away from that creature, and you can alter the direction of the vehicle by up to 90 degrees. If there's no creature currently controlling the vehicle, then you automatically succeed on that. And then you maintain control until the start of your next turn.
You can basically make any ruddered water vehicle into like an RC kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and so if you only use your charges for that, then you can do that basically 5 turns a day.
Okay. Wow. So yeah, Pix will. Pix is slightly astonished because that's pretty incredible, but he will relay this information as it becomes apparent to him.
Yeah, Malden says, I had always heard of a legendary helm that actually didn't get placed on its ship, but it could control other ships. I just didn't know exactly how it worked or whether it even existed.
Yeah. Pix will, like, kind of curiously, like, see if, like, not the rudders, but the I don't know what you would call it on a helm, but take the handles and wonders, like, if they move independently of the shield. Spokes.
It doesn't, no, because, I mean, that would cause all sorts of potential issues with somebody grabbing it and spinning it and smacking the wielder in the face and all sorts of stuff. So
Gotcha. But, like, he'll kind of do that as he's
a little bit, sure,
yeah, as he's relaying the bit about controlling other vehicles. But yeah, this is a truly amazing item here, and most certainly invaluable to someone in your position, Malden.
Indeed. I didn't set out to find this, but this seems like the best treasure of them all so far.
Well, as I doubt any of us can make full use out of it, I don't think anyone here will begrudge you taking this as part of your share.
No offense. Once we leave your ship, I probably won't see it again.
As far as I can tell, you're probably not going to want to see water for very long after that.
I've had enough of that in my lifetime.
You doing the glaive as well?
Yes. This teethed ore.
Orange.
Yeah, so long wooden ore, burnt designs, the shark teeth along its edge, and even on the other side you see it's very jagged in the way that it's cut. It's a +1 magic glaive. While holding it, you can, similar to the quarterstaff, you can use an action to cast Control Water, but this one is only redirect flow.
Okay, interesting.
The spell ends early, so it lasts the normal time as the spell, unless you're no longer holding the weapon. So again, similar to the quarterstaff there. That's once a day that can be used. In addition, if you use the weapon as an oar when you're rowing a ship, then the ship's rowing speed is increased by 5 feet for every one of these particular oars being used.
Oh, neat.
So it seems to imply that at some point there may have been a set of them.
Yeah.
Do not go to the bathroom around Roland.
Yeah, and
Reverse flow.
Remember this as I assume Grolid is nearby, since he's been interested in this thing.
Yeah, I'll assume you're doing this while everybody's kind of putting some food together and stuff like that, not necessarily on your rest. So I'll assume everybody's still awake for all this.
Okay. But yeah, he'll comment on how it's similar but different to the quarterstaff that we found earlier that Han is now using. But the ability to increase a rowboat's speed is interesting, and it seems like these may have been common at one point or another, or at the very least, sets of them were given out. Because it increases based on how many are used in the same boat. But this could prove handy considering our new shrinking and growing rowboat, if we happen to need to cross water for short distances. But Grolid, you've been the most interested in this, so here you go.
That I have, and interestingly useful.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a interest in this besides myself?
Nope. It's
I'm
yours.
with whiskey. I don't want to be around water for a while.
All I would do is put it in the bar, so it's okay.
Then I will go ahead and keep a hold of it. Thank you.
I need to find something from our adventure to put in the bar. Like a Dracolich's head. That would be awesome.
You're still...
Still working on that.
Reaches to his back, takes off the trident, and tosses it to Whiskey. You can hang that at the bar.
We'll need that at some point. We're still in the water.
Fine. Get your back.
If I have to.
But he's not wrong.
Yeah, no, he's right.
Speaking of needing things, Willem, I have a druidic throwing club if you would like something for some sort of ranged attack. I have not made any use of it.
I'm thinking about that at the moment, but I haven't made any decision what exactly to do. But I'm not a druid, so I don't know if I can use throwing.
I think it is only druids and rangers, if I remember right, that can attune to it. It basically lets you cast Shillelagh at range, because it's a boomerang version of Shillelagh.
No, that would be good for our...
Or in that case, I do also have a boomerang that I never use.
Boomerang,
I don't even know if I know how to use a boomerang. Boomerang a martial weapon?
It may be exotic. No, I think it's simple.
Just as weapon common.
Australian.
It's simple for Australians, yeah.
I'll try it. He sounds very uncertain.
He chucks it the first time and it goes 300 yards and does not come back.
Keeps going.
By my count, you guys do have one item that is not currently identified, but if you don't remember you have it, then you don't remember you have it. So.
We're not carrying it except for pigs.
Actually, I think you're carrying it, Whiskey. The Seafarer's jacket, is that the one?
No, we had that checked.
Oh.
Yeah, he kind of...
I'm wearing it actually, but yes. Our DM hasn't put it in the list yet.
Looks sharp.
You didn't have it identified, though?
How would I know what it does if I didn't know what wasn't identified?
What you guys did during your short rest essentially is pretty much the same as identify. You just have a chance of, at least in my rules, you have a chance of not figuring it out if your Arcana check is too low. And you
My Arcana check was too low.
No, you're fine. You identified what you know of it. Nobody actually failed on their check. Cursed items rarely come up on identify anyway, unless you're, a a much higher level spellcaster that would make sense for. But you definitely wouldn't detect curses if you're just kind of messing around with an item until you figured out what it did. So that's the only real difference, and it takes you the full short rest instead of being able to identify much faster.
Well, the only thing I can think of that we've not actually identified yet are the arrows that I gave to Link.
I'm pretty sure you actually got that at some point.
Just remember, make a note, Anthony, to put the jacket in.
Yeah, you got the arrows. We talked about this last week because
Yeah.
we were trying to identify the boat.
Yes.
Right. Oh, that's right. And you said you got
Yeah.
it. There goes.
Anthony, just remember to put the jacket in at some point.
We got the nets.
Yeah, I mean, there's, as far as I know, there's literally no mechanical benefit, so you technically
Jacket,
don't ever need it in there, or you can just write it in your notes. But yeah, I can add it.
I would just need to know what it does. Remember what it does. I put some jotted notes.
You
down.
didn't write it down. That's it. Okay, I got it. I put in
'Cause I thought
that quarterstaff because it actually had mechanical stuff, but I hadn't actually done the other items yet.
That's okay. I know it keeps me dry.
I would say Pix and Anna, you can both make an intelligence check since you're the ones that kind of mess with the items the most.
Yeah, sure.
As you're scratching your heads. Pix with an 18. Anna's probably too stoned with her pipe at the moment, but that makes you say, "Oh, Pix!" You realize you found another pipe that you gave to Anna.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Santa's pipe. She has to run around and give people gifts.
Go ahead and identify the pipe.
Anna has it currently.
Oh. Anna?
Yes.
That pipe you're using, it was, it's actually
The one I'm using?
Well, do you remember that pipe I gave you earlier?
You gave me some drugs.
Yes, there was also a pipe.
You did not give that to me. You gave me the drugs, though, which I have my own pipe.
You kept the water pipe.
You must have written it down. I distinctly recall you getting both of those at the same time. Because there was some pipe.
I actually thought it was
weed.
just drugs that he got it, but it was.
There was some pipe weed that went with a jade dragon pipe. I know this because I also showed you guys the picture at one point.
It's a hash pipe.
Yes. Yes, it was. It seemed to be made of.
I don't remember that one, Anthony, but maybe we did too.
Well, if
here.
I have it on my... Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
You guys found it in the chest on the overlook at that little fortress type of thing.
It fell into one of your socks in your pack.
It was in with a set of socks and some other clothes.
Yes, I didn't. It wasn't immediately needed, and I almost forgot about it actually. But this one was unusually well made, so I think it's magical. Let me take a closer look, and I'll cast Identify on the pipe.
Yeah. So all of these that you've identified today have been rare, specifically for anybody who's tracking that. I believe, if I remember right, the weapon Grolid requires attunement. I'll double check on that in a second. This is a magical pipe that leaves behind odorless smoke, and the smoke that it creates, it dissipates rather quickly. So it looks like the dragon is kind of just breathing in and out its own breath.
Oh, that's cool.
The head itself detaches, and that's where you can pack in whatever it is that you're smoking at the bottom, and then you can refill it relatively easily there. The pipe itself has 4 charges and regains 1d3 plus 1 charges every day at dawn. And as an action, you can use a charge to blow a small, very condensed smoke ring at a friendly creature, or have it engulf yourself. But anybody within 30 feet of you. And they can immediately turn invisible when they're affected by the smoke, or they can choose to wear the smoke like a smoke ring, just kind of circling them for up to 1 minute. So if they don't activate it right away, then they can use a bonus action on one of its later turns, up to a minute, to then turn invisible. Any creature that's turned invisible by the smoke ring will reappear at the start of its next turn, or when it attacks or casts a spell. And you can only have 1 smoke ring at any time. So it's a very short-term, temporary invisibility that you can grant to other people.
Or yourself.
Or yourself, yeah.
I have ideas.
Yeah, I'll see that. That looks like one that I can make work mechanically in D&D Beyond. So I'll try my hand at drawing that one up.
Alright. What's the item known as?
Shadow Smoke Dragon Pipe.
Shadow Smoke Dragon Pipe. Oh, there we go. No.
Whiskey, I'll paste in at least the text for that cloak. So you
Okay.
at least have that.
Huh. That's peculiar. You can very briefly let either yourself or others become invisible.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yes.
Looks like a pretty neat pipe, if I do say so myself.
Yes. Yes, it does.
She says with 3 other pipes currently hanging out of her mouth at the same time. I know my pipes.
Yeah, Malden is sitting next to her with all those rings on his fingers, and she's got all those pipes hanging out of her mouth.
He's like trying to do like the ring toss game. Every time she takes the pipe out of her mouth, he's trying to toss a ring onto the pipe.
Huh.
You want to identify these herbs you provided me as well?
Sure, but I think you said that they. That's why I gave them to you originally. You and Grola were both sure that they were. It was of a recreational kind of pipeweed, correct?
Yeah, that's what you guys with alchemy sorted out, was that it's a good blend, and it seems to be kind of a southern coastal variety. So you were familiar with some of it, and some of it was just kind of a blend of stuff that, because you were from much further north, you didn't fully recognize, but it didn't seem to have any, quote, medicinal qualities.
It's always medicinal.
Well, that's why I put it in quotes. If you know what you're doing, it's always medicinal. Roll it, there's the write-up on that glaive. But
Thank
yeah,
you.
I'll add that in to the system also.
So just the fact that it does not say requires attunement mean
Oh, no, it doesn't. You're right. No, that's fine. The Seafarer's Jacket does.
It does, so it's going to need to be put in there.
Well, you can just make sure you leave an empty attunement slot. But yeah, I'll add it eventually, because you do have the fog cloud thing that'll get added.
Would you like the pipe, Anna?
You don't have to ask me twice.
We are asking you twice.
Fair enough.
She takes a long draw from all 3 of the others, and would I ever?
But
Yeah, I mean, this adventure. These are like souvenirs, right?
it could be.
Yeah.
Although,
some people collect spoons
Or matchbooks.
Or
What?
rings,
or shot
perhaps.
glasses or rings. Exactly.
for you, maybe it's pipes.
Or women.
Hey, that's degrading. Stop that.
What? It's not degrading, it's truth.
But yes, the invisibility of this pipe can confer. I imagine that could be quite useful.
Did you have a look? Do you need it? Do you want it?
Well, it would. I don't need it.
Okay.
Are you sure? I mean, you always look so tense.
No, I'm fine.
Pack you a blend that'll mellow you out a little bit.
Well, you know what? You've always intrigued me with this. Sure, I'll give it a shot. So yeah, Pix will take Anna's lead in the world of recreational drugs.
Didn't this happen the first night that you guys met at the bar?
Yeah, it did.
Quite possibly,
Pix
yes.
clearly does not
he doesn't
remember this
remember.
already.
No, he doesn't. If I remember right, it hit him a little strongly that night.
Yeah. So you guys are able to rest up, eat, kind of converse a little bit. Take some long draws and choke up, whatever it is. But you're
gonna use
resting
the,
long enough that any ill effects that you're suffering, you'll be able to recover from just fine.
We all sleep invisible for the night.
No, we'll use the other one for now. The pipe of smoke monsters, and every time,
Right.
it's gonna be an elithid. Just a few seconds of it shaped like a octopus person.
Tentacles.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's also a shark or a gelatinous cube. These are the things that I've nearly tried to kill.
As you do it, Malden is using thaumaturgy to kind of change the color of the smoke.
Oh, perfect.
As it's moving around, or if there's a dragon that comes out, then the dragon roars or whatever.
Nice.
I'll be giggling if I try and I'll try and blow it as close to Grolin as he's on watch as possible.
It looks like an Olympic Willem spends his last spell to hit it with a guided bolt.
You cast smite.
That's it. There you go. Yeah!
Easy there, easy.
No offense there, Pix, but it looks like you may want to share some with your big friend here, Willem. He seems like he's the one that's got some uptightness going on.
Yeah.
I turned and looked at Malden and said, if 3 of those things had smashed your skull and eaten your brain in a previous life, you might be a little uptight as well.
If even
Wait,
one
what?
of them had smashed my skull, I'd be dead and wouldn't be here. So I'm starting to wonder about your story. And he realizes nobody else is really commenting, and he looks around and says, now I'm starting to wonder about all your stories.
Mine are perfectly true.
Oh, as are mine. I'm just wondering if there's more to it.
To what?
Who lots of you are.
Just a group trying to find our way in the world.
We're a bunch of immortal beings who are reincarnated every time we die.
Here we are!
We're
well,
Luxonites.
As Grolin says that, he just kind of nods and says, well, fair enough then. To each their own, I suppose.
Technically, I don't know if you can call us immortal. We die well enough when the time comes. just seem to have a hard problem not coming back.
Yes, because of the power of the Luxon.
The who's in?
It's not a big deal, really. I'm gonna side eye Pix real fast. Pix, can I have a word with you over here?
Sure.
Word of advice, Pix. Always check the hand they're not showing you. That's the one that holds the shiv.
You'd think I'd have learned that by now.
Well, from the sound of it, you've got multiple lifetimes to learn.
Yes, Anna?
We need to be discreet about our mission. Do you remember?
I wasn't going to mention a thing about our mission. The fact that the Luxon is a recognized religion should not be a surprise to anyone.
He didn't seem to recognize it, so let's just leave it at that, right?
Fair enough. But
anyway, let's get back to the group.
yeah, Pix takes another drag of the pipe.
Pix comes back dressed in drag. Alright, anything else that you're wanting to do before you officially begin your long rest?
He has a feathered boa, at least.
No, but I do have a costume that makes me look like a peacock.
And
One thing before we long rest is I'm going to do cast a wild shape and turn my familiar into an octopus.
Okay.
Is it that octopi?
Yeah.
And then immediately dismiss him because there's not any water to drop him into here.
Exactly.
Fair
You
enough.
put them on your face.
Yeah, if Pix sees that, he'll comment, that's convenient. Usually you have to go through the ritual all over again.
Yeah, I mean, I took what you taught me and kind of combined it with my knowledge of creatures and beasts, and
No,
here we go.
that's a delightful innovation. Doesn't mean I'm not still a little curious, but if that's a product of your druidic abilities, it's beyond me.
It is, yeah.
But still, convenient.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
First
I think
watch
that's yeah.
will come and go. Second watch will come and go. Third watch, did you guys make those rolls earlier?
They did.
I have not made
You had told us to hold off.
Oh, I said go ahead and roll
And-
it and hold the... Yeah, go ahead and roll it now.
Yeah, no, nothing.
thought
Okay.
I rolled a 1 plus 1 is 2.
Awesome.
All right. Grolid, near the very end of your particular watch, didn't hear anything show up. You didn't see anything come in. You feel very confident about that. But around the time that you feel like, oh, it's kind of been about as long as it should be. I can't really make out the sun rising, but it seems like it's been 2 or 3 hours. You hear shuffling of cards. Just a...
And I will pick up the oar and start Who was on watch with me? Was it Ryan?
Ryan.
Yes.
I'm picturing you guys, by the way, kind of near the little pedestal in the larger section before the cave starts to branch off into different directions. Is that accurate?
Works for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I will. Ryan, did you hear that? And I'm looking in the direction the noise came from.
You wake up Ryan.
I'll take that as a no. And I'll start moving that direction.
You start to wonder, actually, as you get closer, oh, maybe I'm not hearing shuffling. I'm hearing Ryan snoring. But it wasn't quite the same. Your check was high enough, you're able to pretty quickly hone in on the direction, and it seems to almost just be sitting in the archway of the first corridor that you went down, the middle path. And you look in that direction, and there's a very small figure just seated on the ground, hooded, head down, and it's just sitting there shuffling a deck of cards. There's like a satchel draped over his shoulder, but other than that, there's not really anything that it seems like he's carrying. If he has any weapons, they're small enough that they're hidden underneath of a rope.
Ryan, you may want to wake the rest.
What?
Wake the party.
Oh.
And then I'll look at the figure in front of me. What are you doing here?
The head doesn't look up at all, just keeps shuffling and says, "Would like to play a game. Would anyone like to play a game?"
Console
Or
snatcher.
whiskey. Willem, wake up.
Mean no
Hey,
harm.
no.
Mean very much no harm. Just want to play a little game. Could be very, very good for you. Could be
What
good
is
for
it,
me.
Ryan?
Willem goes down on one knee. Master Yoda!
I would say none of us are interested in playing any games here today, with you or anyone else.
The hell does
It
he
might-
eat?
It might be wise of you to seek a game elsewhere.
Not many places else I can go. Unlike you, I'm pretty much stuck. So just seeking a little game to pass the time. Don't get very many visitors.
Then play some solitaire.
Solitaire is boring. Mastered
What?
it. Beat it.
Alright.
1,000 years ago. Well, 100 years ago. I don't know time anymore.
Why are you stuck here?
Oh, you know, this and that. Curses. Mostly curses, actually. If I ever decide to leave the place, then I go poof. So as much as I might want to, I'm just kind of stuck.
Meet a lot of people down here then?
Not at all.
What makes you say we're stuck?
No. I would imagine you're not stuck, are you? Maybe you are. I don't know. Can't help there. Well, maybe I can. Depends on what you're willing to offer and what you end up getting. It's a bit of a mixed bag. But give a chance. Try your luck.
No.
You said that you were as stuck as we were.
Did I? Misspoke if I did. Didn't mean it. As far as I know, you're not stuck. I'm more stuck than you are, for sure.
No, Ryan. No.
Cast Detect Evil.
What's
Brian
the
puts
specifics
his
on
cards
what you
back
pick
in
up?
his pocket.
It's a fiends. We went over this before.
Yeah,
Undead, fiends, and I think.
Fiends, undead, and fae, I think.
Celestial fiends
Celestial,
and undead.
yeah. So detect good and evil, yeah. Doesn't register as any of those.
In that case, he'll come over and sit in front of the guy. No one should be stuck in here that long and left to just simply be bored. I'll play your game.
Good.
That might be a bad idea.
Yes, Willem, especially if you get to switch places with him if you lose.
He just claps his hands and actually picks up the cards, shoves them together, and as he does, it looks like he's just kind of putting them in a pile, and then he opens his hands and they're gone, and in their place are 5 dice. And he just sets them on the ground and says, "Here's how the game works. You roll the dice. You try to get 3 of the same number. You can only roll 2 times. Keep as many as you want. Re-roll as many as you want. Got to get 3, or you lose. What's the catch, you ask? Well, the catch is also the reward. Give me any type of item. Place it in this here bag. It has to be a non-magical item, but I guarantee you, win or lose, it'll come back magical. The more times you win, the better the magic. The more times you lose, well, the worst kinds of magic. Pretty good odds for the win."
Well, if the weapon sucks, you can give it away for Christmas.
Unless it's cursed.
Then don't touch it.
Willem actually seems generally sympathetic to the creature, whatever it is, being stuck in here and bored. And he'll take his spare, he has 2, he'll take his spare greatsword with the non-magical one and hand it over. How about this?
He takes the pack off, the satchel off, and just kind of opens it up, and it looks like some sort of weird variant on a bag of holding. It just opens the mouth and seems to gesture for you to put the greatsword inside.
Which he will.
Hey, Anthony.
Yeah.
I am racking my brains. Groland is racking his brains for anything he's read or heard about that matches some similar situation to the creature we're now engaged with.
It's the Lucky Charms leprechaun.
You can make an Arcana check.
No advantage?
No, because you don't even know what this creature is. You don't even have, a category for it.
The creature looks at you and suddenly says, "Nothing says lovin' like my cinnamon muffins." Hee hee.
It's a Keebler.
You've got no idea. You haven't seen his face. You haven't necessarily been able to gauge any sort of combat tactics. These are the types of things you normally would study. So you're not, by look or by tactical pursuit, it hasn't really told you anything about itself.
His name is Davy Jones.
He continues racking his brain.
Okay. All right, Willem, there are 5 dice sitting in front of you.
Okay.
So why don't you roll 5d6, and I think it'll show you 5 separate rolls, even though it'll add it up. We don't care about the total. All right.
Ooh, look at that! You got 2.
So you've got a 6, a 1, a 5, and 2 3s. So according to what he said, you can re-roll as many of them as you want, keep as many as you want, but you can only roll 1 more time.
I'll keep the 3s.
Okay, so roll 3d6.
Yes, you got it.
All right.
Awesome.
Yes.
So he claps his hands and says, "Good, good. So that gives you a point in the positive side. Now, this is very important for you to figure out and to ponder through, because you could continue winning and it would be very fantastic for you. But if you lose all of your positive points and you go back down to the zeros. Only way the house wins, really. And then if you lose again, we're back into the negatives, and you have to dig your way back out the normal way. So, one way or the other, You can keep on pressing as long as you want, or you can give up while you're ahead.
I'm not greedy, friend. I'll take what I've got.
Very good. So he opens up the handle of the satchel, or the mouth of the satchel, and you reach in and grab the great sword. As you do, roll me a D100, please. Well,
really? Out of a D100, we can't get over a 20.
Typical.
I mean, there's 100 things on this chart.
Yeah.
You pull it out, and you kind of instinctively, it's almost like it identifies itself to you as you pull it out. It's kind of an odd pairing for the greatsword, but you realize while you are attuned to this particular greatsword that now technically would classify as magical, while you're attuned to it, then whenever you make an investigation check, you can roll an additional D4 to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The sword is called home.
Thank you very much for playing. Would anyone else like to play?
It was my pleasure. Thank you for the amusement.
I'll play.
Good. He claps his hands again. And as he does, wherever the dice were kind of scattered, they reappear in his hands, and he sets them down just in a row back in front of you.
Oh,
You listen
alright.
to the game, yes? You listen to the rules?
I did.
You listen to how you win and listen to how you lose, yes?
I did.
Very good.
Here. And Pix will hand him a dagger.
Okay. He doesn't, just like with Willem, he doesn't seem to actually handle the items at all. He just holds the mouth of the bag open.
Gotcha. And then Pix will place it down then.
Good. Closes the mouth and just kind of points to the dice.
I think I know the answer, but would proficiency with a dice set affect this at all?
He would consider that cheating
Very well. I will not cheat.
because you're not rolling d20s. So
Right.
there's no way to really factor that in.
Right.
All right. 2 6s, a 3, 4, and 5.
All right. I'll keep the 6s.
Very good.
Oh, excellent.
One more 6.
Oh, and you got...
That's 2 sets of 3.
Only 1 reward per customer.
Yeah, fair enough.
No,
that
it's actually not sets
counted.
because you re-rolled the 4.
Yeah. It took me a moment.
I thought of that too real quickly. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only 5 dice.
Yeah.
Would you like to
Okay.
try for a better reward or keep what you got? Remember, if you lose everything, no matter how many points you got.
Fair. I'll keep on.
Very good.
Picks. More shiny.
More shiny.
Oh, look at that, right off the bat.
Very, very good. Now, very tough question. Try again or stay?
Did you not say only 1 win per customer?
Well,
No,
so far I'm...
he's said that you can keep pressing your luck. You can't
Oh,
try.
that's right.
You can, like Willem couldn't come back up with another item and try again.
Oh, no, I was thinking about re-rolling that. That's... yeah. You don't have Ryan's luck, so I don't know.
But...
Can try for up to 2 more times. Can't promise anything.
Right. No. I won't push any further.
Are you sure?
I'll take what blessings I can get.
Could get more blessings. Could have more fun.
I do like fun.
Yes, fun. He starts clapping.
But we need to leave at some point, Pig.
Oh, that's true. Well, why not?
Oh, it's the key.
That's a split.
Tough decision.
Yeah.
That's a split.
Many ways to go. Could all be good. Could all be bad.
Who knows?
You still would fail with just the one.
Well, if he re-rolls the 1, he could get a 3 or a 6.
You could also get another one.
Or 2.
I'll
This
keep
is
the
coming
3.
from the gambler who, you know,
Keeping
we
the
won't go
threes.
any-
Yep.
All right.
Either way, you would have won. That's smart.
roll.
Very, very
Look
good.
at that. Now walk away, please.
Yeah.
Try one
I
more
think
time, will
You
you?
got one more shot if you want.
Don't.
No. I think I've won enough.
You're not
Only
Ryan.
one more for a very big reward.
Or for the big boop looper reward of nothing.
For the big bada boom.
So a loss at this point would mean the item remains mundane.
Correct.
Yes,
He-
and you could
he
have
could still
walked away
keep
with a
trying,
very powerful
But
item.
the item would go basically reset to 0 bonuses.
And you could walk away with a really nice item now instead of kicking yourself in your feather bottom.
He would lose nothing he didn't already have.
But you could walk away with something you didn't start with.
Both true.
I never looked
both
at
true,
that.
and also both very tempting.
Nah.
What will it
Tempting
be?
is a steak dinner, but other than that, no.
Why not? Again.
Again with the split.
I'll keep the 2s.
Keeping 2s he is.
Ah.
Back to a regular dagger, however.
Drink drop.
If you would like to continue.
Hmm.
Yeah, you hear the bah, 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 wah.
Yeah. No, this was fun, but I think I'll let one of the others give it a shot. Thank you.
Out of curiosity, just for my own amusement, I'll maybe tell you later. Roll D100.
3 times?
No, just D100. Okay. He again kind of passes a hand over the dice, and they reappear in his hand. Who's next?
Oh, me.
Yeah, I could do the flute.
I have a blanket. Will that work?
That would be interesting, actually. See what
Possibly,
that comes up with.
if it's something you could wear.
They could call it Linus.
I mean, I suppose I could wear a blanket. I mean, I have clothes.
for whatever purposes that helps you guys understand mechanically, pretty much all of these have to be attuned to your person. That's why he's asking.
Non-magical, attuned.
They don't have to be attunable items previously, but once you get the magic, they have to be attuned to you for them to work. So, like, you could turn the blanket into a shawl of some sort, but you couldn't necessarily just have the blanket in your pack.
Yeah,
Hey, you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. Where does a cloak? Turn into a cloak later.
You don't have anything yet, right? You just have hide armor?
I have hide armor, yeah.
Yeah, so you don't have any type of cloak, so you'd be fine. You don't have anything taking up that slot. Good. Player number 3.
Alright. I will keep the 6s.
A wise choice.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
Let's go again.
Does this blanket hold value to you?
No, not particularly.
It's cheesecloth.
I'm glad for your sake.
I'll keep the 2s. Ah, gee. I can't win. How'd you guys do it?
Nope, I'm not playing. Nope, it's picks.
How'd you
I
do it?
promise you the dice are not cursed. Blame your friends.
They took all the
We're
good
cursed.
ones. Should I keep going, guys?
You might want to quit while you're behind.
I wouldn't even touch the blanket myself now. Probably.
I say go for one more. Go for one more.
Go for one more?
The blanket will smother you now.
Let's try for one more.
One more would reduce it from a -2 to a -1, just so you know.
Okay, yeah. Well, at least one more. We'll put it that way.
That's what all gamblers say.
Ask Ryan.
Ryan's rubbing off.
Oh, you fool.
Let's go keep the 3s here. Hey,
Oh, that's better. That's better.
gotta keep that gambler's fallacy going.
I'm trying to stand as far away as possible, but stand
I
where I
will-
can see what's going on.
I will stand next to Ryan in solidarity.
He's doing that thing where he's like trying to not pay attention, but you see he's looking out of the corner of his eye and kind of leaning so he can. Yeah.
I'll keep the
It's like
2 this time around.
Keep the 2s,
It's
all
like
right.
to support you not doing that thing you do, even though I just did it.
Alright, one more.
Back to -2.
Anna,
She can't stop. See, that's what happened. Good luck on that one.
I'll keep the 3s. Oh yeah.
All right, so we're back to a -1 again now.
Back to -1 on the yeah.
All right.
One more.
You almost have a regular blanket again.
Ooh. Interesting. Part of me wants to just roll 1.
You have a 1 in 3 chance, only 33%. If you do that.
2 out of 6, 1/3, yeah. Yeah. I think those are better odds than. No, maybe not. All right, let me keep the 3s.
What's your other option? 6 out of 36, or 6 out of. Yeah, I don't know which one is actually better. Apparently neither.
Apparently neither. I'm down to -2 again.
Yep.
All right, let's keep this going.
Anna, you might want to stop.
She can't stop now.
But my blankie.
Oh, my blanket, Pigs.
I'll let you keep mine.
You destroyed the other gift from my parents?
That's true.
Ow!
Ow!
News.
Wow, that's a slap.
That was
No.
harsh, man.
Right.
And so now you're taking the other heirloom and cursing it to oblivion?
-3? Is that where we're
It's not
at?
yeah, it's not a -1 right again. No, it's, I kept the 2s.
Oh, you kept the 2s. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Instead of 6s. Got it. he stops at one point and says, Matt, it is hard.
Oh,
That's a fun one.
That's a fun one. Uh-huh. Let's keep
3s.
the 4s.
A straight flush.
You mean the single 4?
Yep.
You win, see? You do, see?
Very good. You have a blanket again.
I do have a blanket. I gotta keep going now, right?
I mean, why stop now?
I say call it quits.
What was that like?
I was gonna say I say call it quits.
It's
There
too
is
late
also
again.
a matter of time.
I'll keep the 3s.
And in fact, you've taken up about as much time as maybe a little longer than both Willem and myself did.
All right, I have a +1 at this point.
Very good.
But stop.
All right. But I'm on a roll, you guys. Literally.
Yes, after a series of failures.
Wow.
Yes, and eventually rolls end and you end up at the bottom again.
Yes. Negative.
You
But,
just
I mean,
see 2
we're
little
back to the
fingers
beginning.
creep up in front of your eyes. It's 2 wins in a row.
That's true. And guys, worst case scenario, if I lose, it's just a regular blanket again.
Guys, don't convince. Let Anna play her okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go again.
You hear him say, I have all day.
But we don't.
But I have
That's-
all day.
That's true. We don't have all day. Should we pack this up then? Is what?
Yes. That's
All right.
Your friend is upset because he lost.
I mean, I won't say I'm not disappointed, but I also don't want to be violently ejected out of this temple or, like you, get stuck to cursed to stay here for all eternity. Or until I die.
Especially because someone gambled.
So
A little
tempting.
harsh there, Pix.
Ryan, I totally understand your plight now.
Ryan, you want to come play with me?
No.
All right,
totally get it.
I'll walk away. I'll walk away.
What
We
did
put
you
a
end
cube
with?
of water around Ryan.
A +1.
Plus
a +1 blanket.
Okay. Roll me a D100.
Ryan's now covered in a cube of water he can't move.
Also a 12.
Roll me another
Invest.
D100. Because I don't want to give you guys the same bonus.
Oh, actually, I feel like I could use this one a lot better.
That's also why I don't want you to have that.
All right, I'll roll it.
You already roll all investigations with advantage.
She could have the 48 that I rolled.
All right. Interesting. Okay. As you pull the blanket out, and this makes perfect sense for now, whether it was an ancestral heirloom blanket before, it definitely is now. As you pull it out, you realize while you're wearing this blanket, you can't be frightened.
It is a security blanket.
Yeah.
As Anna kind of, yeah,
The
exactly.
name of
That's
the
why I said
blanket
if it's
is
perfect.
Linus.
As you kind of drape it over your shoulders, everybody sees this like little ethereal skulls kind of floating over on his head now, almost in like a protective fashion.
Chewing on our hair.
That's a little creepy.
See, guys, I made it out okay.
Yeah, no,
Well-
Anna doesn't see the skulls. Everybody else does.
Aside
They're
from,
little
your,
tiny.
aside from the little skulls floating over your head, yeah, you're good.
Skulls, huh? Neat.
It matches the whole smoke motif you got going on there.
I suppose.
Well, I'm happy with this.
The little creature looks up, holding out the dice in one big open palm, and says, "All right, who's next?"
Thank you, good sir.
Thank you.
I think it's time that we move on to go
Yes, please.
down the last hall. But thank you for your assistance and game.
Nobody? No one else?
Maybe once we're done.
You see his head kind of droop a little bit, and he slowly climbs to his feet. And it's like a little kid that got chastised or got told to go clean his room. And he just kind of turns around and starts walking down the middle corridor with the dice in his hand. You see it just slowly put the dice in the pocket, and then he just poofs and it's gone.
Huh. Well, that was interesting.
Looked thoroughly dejected there at the
Very
end.
difficult.
We are very proud of you, Ryan.
You did good, Ryan.
Boy, this gambling thing is pretty cool.
Until you wind
I
up
know,
with a gem
right?
in your head and owing thousands.
Such a thrill.
Careful, Anna. You do have something up the no.
I don't know what you're talking about.
As she's drawing on all 4 pipes now.
Stay away from my family.
Well, that was an interesting diversion, but I think we're running a bit tight on our remaining time here.
Oh yeah, do you mechanically do the long rest thing?
Yeah, you did your long rest.
Yeah.
This has set you back probably a half hour from your preparations at the beginning of the morning, but
Do we have to do anything special to recover hit dice during the long rest, or does the long rest?
No,
just
it should
it
just
just automatically heals you.
Okay. I mean,
Well,
if
let's
you spent hit dice on a short rest earlier,
If you spent hit dice on a short rest, then when you do your long rest, you'll recover half of those hit dice back. Yeah, so as long as you didn't use more than half of your hit dice, then you'll get all of your hit dice back.
So for shits and giggles, I just went into the general chat and rolled 5 dice 6 to see what would have happened. 3 6s.
Nice.
Yes, but what do you have that's mundane?
Would have started you down the path.
Grolid. The problem I was having was in character, Grolid would not have done that, but Sean wanted to.
And
Yeah,
in
I
character, my
figured.
character really would have wanted to.
Yes, but for you, Ryan not doing it could be considered character growth. Having Grolid do it would just be a blatant out of character thing that the player did.
Let's see, what did Pix miss out on now that he's gone and you can't change your mind?
Yep.
Let's see. Go back. You could have gotten, if you had gotten 4 points, it would have actually bumped it up to a legendary item.
Oh, shit.
Let's see, you had 3 points and you rolled a 48?
Yes.
Oh, it's still legendary. Let's see. Major.
Fish
Sorry,
command.
maybe not legendary item, but a legendary benefit. So it probably would have made it very rare or something like that. 48. While attuned to this item, so your knight, your dagger. Whenever
Yeah.
you kill an enemy of CR1 or higher, a blast of energy is released from its body. Each enemy within 10 feet must succeed on a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or be stunned until the end of your next turn.
Well, dang. That's pretty cool.
Correction, it would have been pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Now it's not even as cool as my security blanket.
So what would the 48 have been had he made the 4th point?
Oh, had he gotten a 4th one? I mean,
Yeah,
the likelihood
had he
of it being a
fixed-
48 still would have, probably not been the case, but you're just curious.
Well, I'm just assuming, I'm saying, if it had happened that he had won that 4th point, quit there, and then rolled the 48.
Oh, roll the 48 after. Gotcha. Let's see. While attuned to this item, whenever you roll for initiative, roll an additional d4. On a result of 4, you become an avatar of this item's power. It melds with your body, and you gain physical characteristics that match its type. During the encounter, all of your attributes become 20 unless they're already higher.
Dang.
Damn.
Attributes of a blade, though. Interesting.
You turn into a dagger and
You
fall
have
on the
a
ground.
you have a piercing personality.
Yeah.
Just means he'll cut a fool.
Yeah.
Right.
No, shank a fool. I am a rogue after all.
Shank
You never
attack.
sing flat. It'd always be sharp.
Why do a sneak attack when he can become one?
Yes.
All right.
Alright.
As you may or may not recall, this last path is actually elevated a good bit. And so this entrance is actually about 15 feet off of the ground itself. There's a very weak flow of water that's pouring out of the mouth of the tunnel that seems to be going off in the distance.
I just have a question. Do we have to do the third one?
I mean, you got the item that Malden was looking for, but he, at some point he let you in on the fact that there theoretically is this gigantic diamond stalactite that he was willing to split 50-50 with you.
Yeah, which could be very handy.
You'd use some serious gear upgrades next time we get to the place with.
And if I remember correctly, this final path, that was the one with the waterfall, right?
This is
That
the
was-
path of the waterfall, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks pretty pristine.
Well then. Let's
You guys ready?
Yep. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
And Pix will lead the charge.
By the way, Anthony, you have a message.
I saw, yeah. If it's the item thing, I'll have to look at it here a little bit. If it's something else, then I'll have to double check and see what I missed.
No, it's the one about the item.
Gotcha.
If anyone's curious, it's not a secret. I just created the
Yeah.
glaive in D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it here in a little bit.
You got some
Secret.
achievement going on over there, friend.
Say again?
So you got some serious overachieving going on over there, friend.
Pix is just going to try to walk up to the entrance.
Yeah, you said it was elevated, right? So
Yeah,
you'd
it's
have
like-
to.
Yeah, the entrance is about 15 feet up.
Oh, 15 feet up. Okay.
Yeah.
He'll put like his slipper on the. He won't actually walk up the wall, but he'll like kind of test it. Or, is that portion of it slippery, like wet?
It is kind of arranged in a way where there's rocks piled up that looks like that's more your best bet to climb up on the rocks, which definitely are wet. But it almost looks like once you get up to the top of the rocks, you're going to have to jump across and into the mouth of the tunnel.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, he'll climb up the rocks and
And there
jump.
may be other ways of doing it, but if you're just going to climb up, that's the way that you see it. You're probably going to have to do it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, you're gonna try climbing up the rocks. Give me a athletics check, because your slippers are not really much use here.
Right. Well, shit. That's a
It's-
7.
You just kind of slide right back down, just like covered in the wet dampness and the moss and everything else going on. It's not great.
What are we trying to do? Climb up to a ledge?
Pix is trying to climb up on top of a set of large rocks in order to be able to jump across and into this tunnel entrance.
Do you want me to do that, Pix?
If you'd like.
Athletics check?
Yeah, I'll let you do it with advantage, with your claws and your climbing speed. Okay. Yeah, you're almost like free climbing up a really weak, like waterfall, like the outer section of it.
Shit,
you
I'm
get
wet
up to
again.
you get up to a certain point. Yeah, I mean, as you're climbing, even all those rocks are wet that you're climbing. That's why it's a little bit more difficult to climb. You get up to the top and you realize now you're going to have to kind of jump across from where you're hanging, jump across and grab the other ledge in order to actually pull yourself up from here.
How far?
It's not impossible, but it's definitely going to take an acrobatics check.
Nah, I'm fine. Okay. Not bad.
Okay. So you guys see Whiskey bare his claws and slowly chink his way up, and then kind of use his body weight, swing a few times, and then heave-ho, grab a hold of the other ledge and push himself up, and he's standing on the edge. Whiskey, while everybody else is figuring out what they're going to do, why don't you make me a perception check?
Because there's something breathing on my back.
No, that's called initiative.
Okay.
It's
distracted.
dark, but you
11.
guys have gotten pretty used to that at this point. What the largest thing you notice is that the tunnel slopes up extremely sharply. So you guys are going to be able to kind of climb / walk through the tunnel, but with the water flow and the steepness of the tunnel, it's not necessarily an easy walk in the park in the next section. It's kind of a little bit of an uphill climb.
Well, my question is, I have claws, so I'm okay. But the question would be, how's Ryan going to get up there once he gets wet? I'm assuming if he touches water at all, he's going to be downgraded to stuck.
What you've determined, you believe, is that the ring has to be fully submerged in water.
So as long as he doesn't slip and put his hand in the water, he's fine.
Right. If he fails some sort of dexterity save and falls face first in 6 inches of water, that's going to be enough to do it. But but it's not like you're wading in shoulder high, water at the moment or anything.
So we actually have to put his hand in a giant glove, waterproof glove, so that he doesn't get.
What's everybody else doing? Whiskey seems
Link,
to be
send me up the
on
rope.
The edge.
Waiting for them to use the rope so we can get up.
All right. Is the ledge connected to another wall of the chamber?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Well, I know how you said initially the first way to kind of get to this ledge was to climb the rocks and to jump to it. Is this ledge in and of itself part of another wall that I can get to?
If you're going to climb it the way that you tried to climb it, what you just did is the only way to do it. It wasn't just a matter of you not finding the right wall. You're not that dumb.
Okay.
Meaning there's no way to walk around the waterfall, or jump across.
Gotcha.
There are other ways to get up there, but if you're going to do a basic climb, what you did is what you're going to have to do again.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Is this... don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to try it. So my quarterstaff lets me walk on liquid, right? So can I vertically walk on liquid, or is it just on horizontal?
The problem
Only
is
if it
that
has booties.
it's a trickle.
Okay.
Like you would almost have to time your steps so you're stepping on droplets, and at that point you're more than likely going to just fall.
I see. Okay. Worth asking or inquiring.
It's like one of those things where you thought you turned off the faucet, and
Yeah,
then you
it
come
drips.
back and it's just this tiny little stream coming out. It's kind of like that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna give the climb another go.
Anybody have any way of just kind of reorganizing the rocks? Anybody that strong?
No.
Some other means.
No.
How heavy?
Yeah. Nona and Grola
Yeah.
could probably manage it.
How heavy do the rocks look? And
I mean,
could
these are massive boulders. You imagine probably if it's strength-based stuff, you probably still would need to be potentially magically enhanced. Or maybe a dwarf and know what you're doing with masonry.
Oh. Hold on. Where is it?
As it turns out, for magically enhanced strength, I have an app for that.
Okay. It doesn't look like there's a limitation on how many times I can do this. Pix is going to kind of look at the boulders for a moment. Remember that he's a graviturgist, and just kind of vaguely, as an action, I can have the weight of an object or creature. And there doesn't seem to be an amount of times I can use this per day, a limit like that. It's just that it takes an action to do.
Okay.
And so he'll adjust the density of one of the boulders and say, try to give it a go now.
Go ahead and try giving it a lift.
Yeah, go ahead and make a strength check, or if you unknown are going to do it together, then somebody roll with advantage.
Indeed. We'll do it together.
That would be a 20.
All right. I'm double checking on the actual adjust density thing to make sure there's nothing that pops out at me as okay. Yeah, that's weird that it doesn't have a number of uses, especially as a second level ability.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's still very, very heavy, Grolid. But yeah, you're able to pick one of them up and kind of start to rearrange it so that you figure where you are able to place this one. If you can do this maybe one more time, you might be able to kind of create a natural stairway type of thing to get from where you're going just directly up to where Whiskey is, rather than trying to climb and then jump. And the rest of you see Grolin and Nona working on this thing that is larger than both of them combined, but they seem to pick it up as if it's made of styrofoam.
It actually was a styrofoam rock.
Yeah, it was a prop from a movie.
Yeah.
He's strong.
That's impressive, you guys. Good job.
It appears we'll need to do it at least once more. Can you do that again, Pix?
I can. And yeah, Pix will just kind of rub his hands together and just kind of gesture at the stone again. And it's I don't really know how to describe it actually. Maybe there's like a brief moment of just like dust kind of being unsettled. But beyond that, it was like, all right.
You can make another check. Okay. This one takes a minute. It's a little bit bigger, and you start to wonder whether Pix is playing a trick on you and actually doubled the weight instead of having it. But after almost giving yourself a hernia, you guys and kind of half carry, half roll this one into place, and it looks like with a decent now athletics or acrobatics check, because it's still slippery, you guys can probably just walk up almost like a very archaic ramp of sorts.
Okay.
Excellent.
And yeah, Pix will give it a go.
All right.
You said I can use acrobatics?
Yeah, you can do acrobatics, or you're basically like we did before, trying to do either parkour or bouldering, more climbing type stuff. So up to you on how you want to go about it.
Pix will try to use his nimbleness for this.
A 14,
slightly better.
Right? Yeah, it takes a little bit of doing, but it's not too terrible. And you're up there with Whiskey. You notice, similarly to what Whiskey saw, that once you get into the mouth, it slopes pretty sharply upward.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be interesting. We can't let Ryan's hand with the ring touch the water.
Right. I don't imagine it'll be too terrible, but maybe we should back up a bit for the others.
Whiskey, it's easily like a 45 to 50 degree grade.
I could just start climbing up it.
Ryan follows, and so you guys are all three standing in the mouth of this tunnel. You realize somebody's going to have to move somewhere because there's not much room here.
Right.
Question, not to be hurting Ryan or anything, but if he's climbing up a water, touch the rocks, how does that work?
He's not climbing up a waterfall. He's walking up a bunch of boulders that they just rearranged.
Okay.
Yep. All right. How about we go together, Ryan?
How about Ryan goes last and we just tie the rope around his waist and pull him up?
Ryan already went.
I'm already up.
They gotta make room so the rest of us can get up there.
Agreed. All right, up we get.
Keep your finger in your mouth, and then if you fall, just let your face hit the ground.
I will try to make sure that doesn't happen.
What do we need to make a roll for to climb up instead of being shot out the mouth thing?
The further up that you go, the stronger the water seems to be, and it just seems to like dissipate and spread out as it goes. But as you go up further, the water's stronger. So it's actually a dexterity save as you start moving up.
Alrighty.
Ooh, that's good.
Okay. Whiskey, no problem. You jut out the old tail or foot claws and dig those suckers in through the boots that you're wearing.
What boots?
Yeah, I was wondering actually.
I wear sandals. It's much easier.
I wear slippers.
Like Roman sandals, so it's like they strap on my legs and stuff.
Pix doesn't want to take any chances and just walks along the wall
Yeah.
on the side.
I always want to know, Pix, how do you stay straight and don't bend? It's amazing.
Magic.
I would say part of it is the magic of the item, but another part of me doesn't find this weird.
Is the flapping of your arms?
Ryan, seemingly out of sheer will, rolls a 17, willing himself to not touch the water, whatever he does. And so you guys start making your way up the tunnel, and everybody else sees them disappear.
Right.
You can hear them moving, so they're not too far away, but they're not standing in your path now.
I'll kind of call back, watch out for the water. It gets a bit stronger the further you go up.
Okay. What was the check to climb up the rocks?
You can do acrobatics or athletics, your choice.
And that's 12. Athletics.
You struggle a little bit getting your footing at the beginning, but eventually kind of find a decent path to take and make your way up the rest of the way.
15.
Anna much more deftly follows, picking and choosing as she hops, skips, and jumps across.
Oh man. No, making
not a
those look
problem.
like jumps.
Rock solid, secure footing.
Oh man.
Malden is not afraid of water or stone, so just kind of walks as if he's taking a daily stroll.
Yeah.
And I believe that leaves just Grolid. Oh,
And Link.
And Link, yep.
What kind of check do I need to make?
Either athletics or acrobatics, your choice. Grolid, similar to Willem, you guys tend to do a lot of things much alike, and this is no different. Struggle a little bit, wobbly footing, but once you get going, then you're fine.
Oh, Anthony, quick question.
Sure.
Did that ability score damage on us wear off after our long rest, or is it still there?
Yes. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. When you and Ryan woke up from your long rest, you felt like whatever had been taken from you was restored.
Yay.
Yay.
Link comes along last, and I assume everybody, as they're going through, that you're following everybody up. So once you get past that first check, then make a dexterity save as you start moving up through the tunnel.
Oh, 11. Not good.
+2.
Oh, that's right. Forgot the plus
Yeah.
2. Well, 13.
Technically, anybody within 10 feet in either direction of Willem can get +2. This particular check's not overly difficult. Got Link, Malden, Willem, Anna, Need, Grolid, and Nona, I believe.
No.
Looks like I get advantage on that. Okay.
You do. Because barbarian danger sense. No.
I think that's
Don't
on
put a
attacks.
space.
That
Don't
Oh,
put a
is it?
space.
yeah. That's on
Exclamation
it's like
test.
things that you know are attacking you and
Yeah,
cause
so
damage.
I'm not
Okay.
blinded to fear and have
fair
to
enough.
dex save against.
It's basically you don't know necessarily that there's danger sometimes when you're making a dex save. I
Fair
believe.
enough.
I'll look it up for sure, but she's not.
Well,
gonna
either
beat
way,
it.
I got 22. So.
Yeah, she still does it like a champ.
DC was 5 on that. It was basically don't roll a 1. Okay, so those of you in the front see what everybody else can see eventually. It's a little bit better lit up here, especially as you go up toward the top area. You move a little bit further up and you come to a stairway with a large seashell that's sitting like kind of in the middle of the stair itself.
Only one, not 3.
Just a single one, yeah. It seems to almost be melded into the stone itself. Like maybe it's some sort of a seat, or you're not really sure, but like it doesn't look like it was placed here. It almost looks like it was either carved out of or placed into for some reason.
Does it look like a landing on the stairs, or?
The stairs go around it. This is kind of sitting square in the middle of it, I guess. The stairs kind of continue moving up on either direction. This is
Okay,
just
my
kinda sitting
question
right in the
is
center.
it flat, or is it like placed in the stairs, so if the stairs going up on a 45-degree angle?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
Is it
this is pretty much at that same angle. It's not
Okay,
like
that's
flat,
what my question was.
Pix, do you think it's something that you could push or something? What do you think?
Bad idea.
Or not push? Do you think it's pushable is what I'm asking.
I could take a look at it. Try to see what I can make of it.
Is there any writing? I'm trying to figure out what the purpose would this be.
Make an investigation check. And Pix, are you checking basically for traps, essentially?
Yeah, I just want to see if this thing is if it's moved, will it trigger anything.
Okay. Then you also make your own investigation check.
Pretty
Whiskey.
It's not bad to roll a 9, to roll a 5 and get.
Yeah, 14 is not a bad roll. Whiskey, you don't see any writing on it whatsoever. It seems to just be some sort of a fashioned seashell placed in the middle of the rocks.
It could be an idea of what we're going up to. It could be that.
Pix,
Like
you're checking out a little bit more as to whether it's interactable. It looks like it is. It looks like it could be pushed. Or possibly pulled off if you're careful.
How big is it? Somehow I'm picturing like the size of a seat.
Yeah, it's about that size. It's maybe 2 to 3 feet wide.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe it's a shield.
And it's attached to something, Pix, but
Yeah.
like there is some sort of a pressure or something or other, but what it goes to, you have no idea.
Well,
Makes me want to get off the floor.
it's attached to something, but I can't necessarily tell what. Could be a pressure plate. It could be some sort of pulley. I don't know. But it looks like you can either push it in or maybe pull it out.
Do we play with it or go around it?
I say go around it.
I know, Pix, you have to know what it does. I know that.
Not necessarily. Is there anything in this room besides the staircase and the shell that seems to stick out?
No, you're still in basically a hallway leading to something else. So there's the stairway at the end of the hallway, and the stairs continue to go up a little bit further.
Here's a question for you. I want to look at the stairs to see if there's a gap in the back of the stairs where the tread meets the riser. I'm curious to know if this shell, if you push it, turns the stairs flat. So now it becomes an incline and the stairs go away.
With your investigation that you just made, because I'm not going to have you make another one, as far as you can tell, it's as seamless as stairs should be. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to convert in some way.
To a slide? Yeah, what my idea was.
Well,
I can't say what it does.
Neither
The
can
only
I.
way you're going to find out is to push or pull it or leave it alone. 3 options.
I say we're
This may or
well
may
enough
not help,
to-
but considering we found what I came for and more, some of you found some other stuff, I'd say we're playing with house money at this point, but I don't know whether that's an encouragement to do something with it or an encouragement to leave things be.
I said that. Let's go home. But everybody wants to go find more money.
Well, I think at this point we need to at least finish the path, but I'm saying if we're not
Agreed.
sure what it does, whether we push it or not, I'm not entirely certain.
Okay, I start climbing up the stairs.
Yeah, let's leave it alone.
Leave it.
All right,
And
the
they-
people up in the front, keep on moving past. Everybody
Yep.
pass it.
We passed the shell game.
Yep.
Okay. Whiskey and Pix, because I imagine you're at the front at this point. You see a figure, or what seemed like a figure. There's the slightest bit of movement off in the distance that you thought you saw, and then at second glance it disappeared. But you didn't see it move like left to right. It was almost like it was kind of up against the stone wall further ahead, and then it just kind of melded into the stone.
The man from scene 35.
Did you happen to see anything just now, Whiskey?
Yes, somebody just melded into the wall.
Okay, I'm not the only one who saw it then.
No, I'm pretty good in believing what I see.
Pix will kind of turn back to the others. We think we saw something up ahead, a figure maybe, but it seems to have blended it in or into the wall. So
Watch your 6 and your
keep
side.
your eyes and ears open.
Maybe it was a little gambler.
No, I didn't think so. I think it's a shiver.
But
Okay.
keep your guard up and let's keep moving. Pix will just keep an eye out for any kind of trap triggers or anything like that as we're moving forward.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check. I assume if you're
Sure.
going to move first, looking out for that.
Oh, just Pix? Okay.
I mean, if you want to also look for traps, but that's what Pix said he was doing.
I can do that. Just in case.
So both of you can trip over things together.
Right?
No, I'm pretty good.
No one said you couldn't do it good. That's
Remember, I am part thief, but yes.
Well, that's the bardic ability. Even when you're not trained, you're still trained.
Yeah.
I don't know if I am. No, I am fully trained in stealth.
Not stealth. That has nothing to do with investigation. Anyway.
Exactly.
Well, investigation. Oh yeah, that I know. That is my circle. That's my top.
Anyway.
You get up to the top of the stairs, so you continue climbing past the shelf for a little while, and the chamber opens up a little bit more, and you see at the top of the stairs, pouring over from basically out of almost the ceiling, where the wall and the wall you're coming up on and the doorway meets the ceiling itself, is a steady flow of water. It's coming out of some other source elsewhere in the cave, but there's a crack up there that's forming its own, steady flow of whatever, all that water that was coming down the tunnel is coming from that. So you get into the right up to the doorway of the next room, and it seems a good bit drier.
Does that crack look like it appeared because something happened to the hallway, but not that it was supposed to be? You know what I'm saying?
Are you asking if the crack looks fresh?
I'm asking if the crack looks like it's supposed to be there, or that it formed there at some point. Because the stairs at the top where that water's pouring would be...
I think he's asking whether it's a feature or water damage.
There you go.
Because
the stairs should be worn where the water's pouring down.
All that you know for certain is that you know the symbol at the front of this particular hallway was a waterfall.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it's, handcrafted to be this really cool ornate feature, but very little in this place has been. It's been very rough hewn.
That's true.
Whether you got the chicken or the egg first, you're not really sure. Was it the waterfall tunnel because it already had this natural waterfall in it, or did somebody want to create a waterfall tunnel and therefore add it? You're not really sure.
I don't know. With our luck, we got the pen first and didn't get a chicken or an egg. Yes.
You got the rooster.
That's our luck.
But yeah, Pix will continue
I don't know
moving
why I'm not getting eggs.
out of the way of the others and just keep an eye out for any other figures that might be appearing or disappearing along the walls.
Okay. There's a new chamber as you move forward. Like I said, this is a bit more dry. It's not like the rocks are not quite as damp. The climb is not as steep. It's definitely leveled out. And as you start all walking through, there's enough room on the beginning of the landing area that all of you can move into this new chamber here. What you all see first is there's 4 large frog-shaped statues along the outside of this room, all of them with their mouths wide open. 2 of the frog statues are immediately adjacent to an opening on the far side of the room. So you have...
Stop. Just go ahead. Keep explaining. That's just me saying that.
The cats?
No, I'm saying
you're
that
telling
as you
everybody.
were
Okay.
I was telling you, don't stop, because those frog faces remind me of that we got stuck in that got filled with water.
So you got one frog statue is basically on the far left side of the room. One is on the far right that's facing it, and then there are two opposite you on the far wall by the other doorway that are both facing you. So 4 total.
Got it. Are they... keep going.
Also on the far side of the room, in between those 2 frog statues, is a small stairway that leads up to a pretty narrow tunnel. The smaller people in your group will have to squeeze a bit. The larger people in your group are going to have a rough go of it. It's about a 4-foot tall tunnel.
Oh, wow.
So crawlable, but not necessarily walkable for some of you.
Right.
The last thing that you see in this room, especially Pix and Whiskey, since you spotted once before, there's a creature that looks like it's almost made out of like sand and gravel, but kind of reminds you of a giant oversized starfish in some way. And you see him, or him, you don't even really know. There's not necessarily humanoid features per se, but you see one of the arms reach out and smash a button of some sort, or smash the wall itself. You're not really sure where you from where you are. Hits something on the wall, and water starts pouring out of the mouths of each of the frogs. And then,
wow, how did I not know that?
Just like before, this creature just steps back and does like the Homer Simpson in the bushes and just melds into the rock and disappears. What all you guys see is these are extremely hot, scalding plumes of water. And it is quickly starting to fill this room. And that's where we're going to leave it for tonight.
All right.
Because I haven't had a boil bath in a while. Yes.
Nice.
Well, you made it down your second hallway.
Yeah.
And we've made it through our second live stream. So that's something.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us. Anybody who was watching live or who is going to pick this up down the road, we hope you enjoyed it. Feel free to leave us comments and questions and all sorts of stuff. If you got suggestions, let us know that too. We are fully willing to learn on the fly. Other than that, until next week, we'll catch you later.